Where was the transition? Where did it go? Did it fucking break? God damn it. God, fuck it. Forget it. Forget about it. Forget about it. There's no transition. Let's just start. Let's just start. Anyways, hi there, everybody. This is TheAljavis here, the creator, and welcome to 2-9's Director's Commentary, where we talk about the ins and outs of the production and how much we hate ourselves. And also, there's no fucking fade. The transitions suck right now. So yeah, of course, as always, I'm the only one here. We're gonna go by Discord order. So if you would please introduce yourself.
Oh wait, that's me. Hi, I'm Pretty-Pegasus-Wings, and I am the head of HR. I do voice acting, specifically for Coco, Zecora, and Diamond Tiara. And I also did some animation, which you'll see in this director's commentary. I am looking forward to talking about it.
Exciting. And next.
Hello, I am Overgrowth, and I play the voices of Sugar Stamp and Fair Devotion. Brought you pain.
A lot of it. A lot of pain. And next.
Hello everyone, this is SilverFeathers, also the voice of Scootaloo, who also brought pain. Also, head of pre-production and many departments.
Oh yeah, you're doing way more nowadays. So,
Oh
yeah.
And to think, it started so small.
It did. And
enough about me.
Hey everybody, I'm Brunosky. Well, I'm the head of video editors, so I'm the one that makes sure that the team can bring to you pain.
Yes.
I also did editing for this episode, and yes, I am sure that some of you suffered a lot.
I feel like I'm sensing a pattern with this. With everyone.
And this is my first DC, so excited to be here.
Exciting. And next.
See, I'm kind of scared because so far we've gone 0 for like 8 in regards to me being muted every time I've been in a DC. Can people
Not
hear
this
me
time.
in the
Not
stream?
this time.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay,
it's
we'll
going
roll
through.
with it. Hi everyone. My name is Jarvy Jared. Oh my god, I've been on this production for so long. God, okay, what the heck do I do? I am the team leader for the writers and the former team lead for PR. Although for this episode, I technically was the lead until we, partway through production because we actually did some nice promotion. I make music and I wrote stuff that hurt people, and I'm going to talk about it today.
Why did you bring the pain? Why did you bring the pain?
Well, I'll talk about why I wanted to bring the pain today. I am so sure with my co-conspirator. Who's next?
Yes, please go next.
Hello, this is James. As Jared said, one of the writers. I also help with the OST for this episode, and I apologize profusely.
So
Not
much
sorry.
apologizing, so much pain that's being talked about. And last but not least.
Hello, I'm Patrick. I video edit for this project, and like Bruno, I helped edit things in this episode that definitely brought pain. I'm pretty sure it did. Pretty much everything did, so.
This man editing a lot, so I want claps in the chat for him.
In the chat. But yeah, we got a lot of pain to talk about, so well, I guess we should just get started, huh? Just get it over with. Get the pain over with.
All the pain.
I suppose so, yes.
I mean, it's just...
Yes.
Yes. Well, let's go. Fade out of here, music, please. I'm done with you.
justice. Fair's been planning some kind of story from the very beginning. Sugar Stamp and Private Eye, somehow they're also a part of it.
I managed to test the blood that Apollo.
This is started about for tomorrow's intro, right?
It belonged to Royal.
It is.
You remember the remaining suit of armor? I
Freaking love that choice.
It suits so well as this great finale.
Does.
Help my mom.
Especially for Athena finale.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's a perfect fit.
One to get the healing potion from Zecora. Some pony else.
And you, by the way, Pat, you said that this recap is a little more challenging than usual. So
I thought I could copy and paste a bunch of stuff from different FLAs at the time that this was edited, but unfortunately our automation was not advanced enough to do that. So I had to plus I had to retime a bunch of shit in this, so
right.
Because the audio was already mastered instead of me picking the timing of the audio, so I had to conform to that. But I think it came out okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it worked out. And this is a long one. I think this is the longest recap we've had.
Yes.
Well, a lot happened in 2-8.
It's true.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
2-8 had a lot of the precursors for the emotional damage.
Yep.
The seeds for the emotional damage have been planted.
All of the emotional damage.
Angie Mom.
And just going
Angie Mom.
straight right
You
in.
notice, Chris, that we just go straight into testimony.
Yeah.
Ingy.
Wasting no time.
My husband teleported us to Frog
I
Bog to
loved
search
this
for
testimony
Finding nothing, we
to be the
decided
first
travel
one
up the path to the crossroads.
because
Then afterwards to the Nightmare Night
one thing I had to do while
During
voicing
our
it
search,
was like
we
focus
began
on
to talk about turning
making
page.
it both
It was
emotional
a
because
difficult
she
topic,
is kind of,
one that
you know,
erupted into a
like, this
bit
is
of
her
an
final stand.
Things got out of
Yeah.
hoof and
But
blind
it's
rage.
also
They
kind
ended
of
up knocking the royal
monotone
order
because
into the base of
she's
the
more
statue,
just
killing him
reading a
instantly.
story
After
than
realizing he
actually
was dead, I did
confessing.
what I needed to do in order to cover up the crime.
So it was a fun little thing to mix with this opening testimony and cross-examination.
Fair devotion in general makes you bring out a lot of these mixed feelings on your work.
That's right. You're right.
Yes. She's a complicated character and I love her.
And
Yeah.
you've done great with her.
I think so
thank
too.
you.
I like I love
When
the
I decided not to
the
use
logo,
a,
yeah.
Easy enough
sorry.
to answer.
No, go ahead.
I wanted to make it look like royal
Yeah, we
wasn't actually
decided not to use a Presto theme because we thought it would be better to use a higher BPM Allegro version of JFA's theme.
Yeah.
Not bring in anything
Of course,
from, you know, the spin-offs.
was a member of the royal guard.
And I think it works for a testimony that's not really the usual kind of testimony. There's no cross-examination or anything of the sort.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. You won't be able to hear it for very long.
Further complicate matters. The fact that he died
I've always loved the
meant it would be hard to make it seem like
Justice for
Timberwolves
All's
killed
like
him.
cr-
So,
testimony
I needed to
themes. I don't know, it's just
remove
like
any
it's the
possibility
time
of him
signature that
dying
makes it
in any
sound
other
so
way.
weird,
The
but
most immediate
also a bit
way to do that was
unsettling.
by getting rid of the body altogether.
It's
Yeah.
very different,
My
yeah.
initial thought was to sink it into Froggy Bottom Bog.
It sounds like it was made for 2-4. 2-4 as in Ace Attorney, not EOJ.
My magic.
Yeah.
However,
A bit.
doing so left that
Yeah,
blood
you
trail.
can see that with a lot of the music in that game.
Behind, leading back to the statue.
I love first theme. I'm so happy
Yeah.
we got a chance to play it
In
here.
any event, while moving the
Mhm.
body
Your theme is so good. You did a really good job on it, Jared.
I immediately left the body at the
Wait, me? I'm not a video editor.
The music, Jared, the music!
Oh, the music!
Her character theme.
Oh, sorry, I was gone for a second there. I'm confused. I thought you were talking about the actual scene itself.
God, we're only like we're less than 5 minutes in. We're already gone.
Listen, I've been prepping for
Pain.
others.
I've been like gone since before this started. Hi.
So,
Oh, no.
like, listen, my excuse is I have the future to worry about. But I would take that compliment, Katie, and say thank you. Fair Devotion's theme is a very pretty piece.
I also hoped that they'd maybe gnaw on the armor.
Oh, Perry, when are you gonna release that remix of it?
This is
I do have to say though, I love how the Timberwolves were like the biggest red herring in all this. It's just such a it's a fun thought since it seems like the obvious conclusion that Timberwolves would somehow get involved with the scent of blood everywhere, and it ends up just being something a lot simpler, I guess you could say.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not really that involved at all. And I really like, speaking of the Timberwolves, how, in who won the, opening case opening cutscene. Oh, technically, it's very misleading while also not having anything be incorrect. Does that make sense? Like, a mayor was chased by Timberwolves.
A mayor has been chased by Timberwolves in the Everfree Forest.
Yeah, the body was found with the whole...
Yeah, it's just really kind of it's a fun kind of misleading because it's just like, oh, they got to be involved somehow, they have to be important, but the truth is so much more painful.
Didn't you find
Harbingers of pain.
In some ways, it makes it hit harder because you're just like, why couldn't it just been the wolves?
It's so much nicer. I mean, no, but
Psycho growth.
Even though I hadn't
Being torn apart by wolves is much better than being killed by.
And up until now, I didn't know
Dude,
how
spoilers.
could have vanished.
I know, I stopped myself.
if you're watching this and haven't seen 2-9, that's on you.
That actually has happened. It's actually happened. It's very interesting that it has happened before, where people will watch DCs and be like, I haven't actually watched the episode. And they'll say so in the streams, and it's kind of like,
why are you doing
interesting
this?
choice.
Actually, Princess Twilight.
Maybe they just wanted to, have other people talking about the episode to prevent any pain.
I guess. Then we talk about the pain that we go through, so I mean, what are they really training?
Don't know.
This is an interesting flashback. This is my personal perception, but I feel that it dragged on for a tad too long. I don't know if the writers feel that way.
No,
I think we could have cut a lot of it, or even remove it altogether.
Case 2 suffers from just a lot of flashbacks. Overall, I think James would agree with me on that. And in the future, we are hoping to cut back on that particular mechanism.
Yeah, even one of our video editors, Josh B, mentioned that making that flashback was tedious, with lip syncing and whatever it is he has to do, making sure the proper effects were included. Flashbacks in general are as far as I know, are super tedious and super frustrating to re-implement, especially with our current workflow.
They can be,
yeah.
Especially since that flashback was back before we had the new lip syncing for the Ace Attorney characters. So everything had to be made from scratch, practically.
It's better now, I know for a future scene I had a flashback and I could copy and paste, but yeah, I ran into that same issue of having to re-lip sync some things.
One possibility, Miss Sykes. She was trying to pin the murder on Turning Page and Scootaloo, and make the ruins look like the real crime scene.
Oh yeah, I also want to mention, James mentioned the hotel desk music is everywhere in this episode. Yeah, well, not in this episode, but throughout case 2.
But that isn't for me to
used one track for Fair Devotion in I think the first episode, and then
2-1?
2-1 I think, and then we used another for and then we used another for Turning Page in the following episode, and it just sort of grew from there really, just all these hotel dust tracks being centered around these OCs that consider themselves a family. And I say it that way specifically because I used one for Sugar Stamp as well.
What about the bruises that we found on turning page?
Considers herself part of the family.
I've
That
never
was
played the
in
game, but
2.6 or 2.5. One of the her confession in the jail. Is that the theme that you're talking about? Where it was very sad.
Yeah.
yeah, I never played the game, but I agree these themes fit really well for Case 2
To my word.
and these characters.
Something you ought to learn, Miss Sykes.
Oh, I like that line.
Ooh.
Like that, it's good stuff.
Crossroads. They in no way demonstrate any
I love Fair
involvement
Devotion.
Turning might have had
She's
with
really
Father's death. For all we
good.
know, sometime during
Good
that
character.
night, while fleeing, he might have
You really
Good
bring out the best in her.
intent to get out of the forest quicker. He is a gifted
Aw.
unicorn after all. Just
Like, that's
like
why
his
she's my
father.
second
He'd
favorite.
have seen the body before Sugar had moved it. At
Sugar
the same
Stamp your
time,
favorite?
he might have heard
Of course,
Scootaloo
I
come,
love Sugar
and then
Stamp.
propped
She's so
himself
sweet.
next to the body.
But you've seen the thing,
crash
right?
occurred. Scootaloo ran off. The bruises
Sugar
scarred,
Stamp is real?
and after a time,
Sugar Stamp is real,
herding
and I
managed
want
to
one.
leave the forest
Yeah, he was there. He was
all
there.
without
there.
having any
He was
I can't
there.
remember. There was
I
a
was
lot of
there.
people.
There was a lot of people who saw it.
Yeah. Should we give them context?
No. Let them suffer.
Yes, let's let them
Wow.
suffer.
That's
Just know,
that is so mean.
let's just say, I'm sorry, everyone, but just know that Sugar Stamp is real, and that's all you're gonna know. You're gonna know nothing
Sugar
else.
Stamp is real.
Sugar Stamp is real.
I don't associate myself with these people.
You know, I don't know if James knows what we're talking about either.
I don't think he was
I
there
do.
when it
Don't
happened.
worry.
Oh, you do.
But
Okay,
he does
good.
know.
I'm aware of it. I'm in on the joke.
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
But the Sugar Stamp is real, everyone.
Yes,
For a limited
true.
time.
Right? Ace Attorney trials always have the judge saying, this sounds kinda shifty, but it sounds good enough. No course exam.
Technically, on the railroad, the judge would be probably removed from the bench.
I
On
mean, for
grounds
a lot of reasons.
So she said,
Yeah, none of this would be happening.
If
Ace
this
Attorney
is
not
trials
very
are crazy.
accurate.
if this is how actual trials like take place and do whatever, like it'll be more entertaining, but there will be no justice.
No.
Oh, no. I know, I actually played part of Trials and Tribulations with my friend whose mother is a lawyer, and literally every minute is just that's not how court works. They would have all their evidence beforehand. It's fantastic.
It's awesome.
I like how he's like, oh, and I was like, and it's fantastic. Just so monotone.
Just
I love Ace Attorney as an exploration of a totally broken court system. And how lawyers just can't handle that.
Yeah.
It's completely dystopian in the right way.
Oh, good.
If that's the sort of look teachers give when they're about to scold you, I think
Reminder that Professor Means was never referenced.
Why would he though?
You're on.
I mean, we just have a teacher pull out a baton and start smacking things.
You cannot seriously.
Admittedly, yeah, I can see the parallels between Fair Devotion and Professor Means, who was also a villain
Against
in
Athena.
Yeah, an Athena central case. Yeah.
Imagine like imagine a mayor that's a substitute teacher having more brains and has a more tragic backstory than Means.
I would.
We didn't have a fucking backstory. It doesn't even have a backstory.
That makes it even better for the Fair Devotion.
I would pay to see the two of them fight.
Professor Means, the cooler Professor Means.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Fair is a little mean, all right.
Here we go.
Yes.
This is one of my favorite parts of the episode. I love how this rant just changes. Like, when I started recording this, I wanted it to be very, like, monotone. until that, just turning like, basically, you know, turning very, very mocking. And like, basically, she loses her cool throughout this rant. Where like at the start, it was very calm. And
that's my point.
This was a very fun rant. You know, it gets to the point of literally gritting your teeth. You know, talking through your
god,
teeth.
yeah. Like everyone in the premiere chat was just telling Pretty-Pegasus to be like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the other half was going, let her cook, guys, let her cook.
I love this, like, pretending to be Athena. I had so much fun being like, how do I act like the most, you know, annoying child? That was my goal of, like, trying to do, like, the most annoying child voice.
It was perfect.
So, like, in the fair devotion voice.
The raging first voice here is good stuff.
It's because it'd be the most convenient for you.
Oh.
Ouch.
I love using that sound effect.
That was fun to write.
Excuse me, police? Yeah, we just have an arson on our hands.
She just brought the fire and she did not hold back.
Only to Renee every single one.
She just
Did you
made
struggle
a.
with that word, Katie? You struggled with Renee? You saying Renege or something? We had to go like through several takes.
We had a whole thing about it, yeah.
E.
I don't
That's
know
my
how
fault,
to
everyone. I
pronounce
pulled out a word that is not very commonly said.
I don't like that
Literally
pose.
half of this was like, I'm
Because
like,
of-
I know she's a teacher, but I don't know how to pronounce any of these words.
Sorry, I was showing my very verbose hand.
There's also the whole, not sure if this was ever talked about in a DC. There was a funny thing that I could not say anonymous for a while, like at the beginning, earlier in the.
this
piece.
line.
Ooh.
Oh!
Oh, James.
She said the thing. She said the thing.
Then let me ask you
It's
this,
just like,
Dr. Luna. Do you honestly
all
believe
the
that Psyche is
mistakes
now
that
claiming that turning
Athena
killed
has
her
made,
father? Can you honestly take that at face value?
Pretty-Pegasus just
given her
like
previous actions?
slapping her in the face with them.
Yep.
Yeah, and Athena really can't deny much of that. I mean, at least factually.
That may be quite the
She did screw up a lot.
you. And
She did.
you, Princess Twilight.
Justifiably, but still screwed up.
You're our princess of friendship,
Yeah.
aren't you?
Like, I really like how Fair Devotion's not telling a single lie here.
Use the pony she vowed to
Like,
save.
everything she's saying is true, and she's using that truth as a weapon.
What about those in the gallery? Those who have been
She's
watching
very
this
clever.
trial since the
An amazing
very
antagonist.
You've seen exactly what I've seen. Heard exactly what
In
I've
some
heard.
ways, she's like the most terrifying antagonist.
Cannot ignore
Because in
what
some
you've
ways,
seen
she's
for
right
years.
about
She's
Athena.
no lawyer by any measure.
And that's hard to
You're an
argue
psychologist.
against.
She's merely a child, blindly.
And she's also doing all this for a very understandable cause.
That
Yeah.
too.
She,
Isn't it
Yeah.
time we
there's
stopped pretending
nothing
she's anything but?
scarier than a mother with a mission.
Exactly.
As a small detail, I personally requested this courtroom view with Fair holding the stick. Something about it, that's a lot of... shows that Fair is taking the lead there.
Yeah. Also, it's so funny that Kaylin, our true CVA, did all three of those gallery voices right there. But she didn't. She thought she had to do all three of them, but she just had to do like one or a few of them. She thought it was
Forgot that
funny
she
at
did
least.
them. Because some of these lines have been in wait for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
So that was really funny.
Oh,
boy, this is
what is this
everyone
earthquake
loves
I'm feeling?
Depression.
Alright, episode's over, guys. Go home.
Just give
Our
her
data's
a...
about to break. Everything you say to me.
that she's right.
God damn.
The only pony who could have killed Royal Order was his son, Turning Page.
I love like that, just like that turning page. It's such a good inflection.
She's just so she's like, oh shit! What the fuck?
What am I doing?
What am I doing?
My hubris.
It's so good.
Unwillingness to look at the greater
Her name escapes me. What's the name of Athena's voice actor?
Adox.
Adox has done an amazing job as Athena.
Oh my god! Like, I remember when when.
Wait, I have a reference I can make after this point.
Okay. But like, when I was like scared when we switched from Phoenix to Athena as the lead.
This
for
is
this
a reference, by the
case.
way. The 1,000 apologies across 1,000 nights. That is a reference to a pretty ancient fandom song by an artist named Aurelia.
How do I know
when
that
I was
name?
writing this entire portion, trying to get at the heart of what Athena is feeling, and I was connecting it to all the other characters whom Athena has interacted with and made promises to. It occurred to me that this kind of betrayal, I could use it tied into Luna. And, I like making song references and that kind of stuff. And I remember this, beautiful piece by Aurelia, the artist, and, I just stuck that line in.
Wow, it works really well.
And also the marriage vows.
We'll get there when we get there, Katie. Spoilers.
Well, I remember watching this and just pointing out to my friend who I was watching this with, like, those are actual marriage vows, by the way.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we'll get there when we get there. I'll talk about it.
Marriage vows for Game Month.
TLDR, Athena's Adox as Athena is great. She at this point she's become my absolute headcanon for Athena. Like whenever I see any fan made thing or sometimes canon thing, I just hear Adox. Same thing with Julius as Phoenix, Webb as Apollo, and Kaelin as Trucy. It's I can't unhear it.
Yeah.
Those four are just so perfect as those four.
Struck gold with those castings for sure.
Yes.
Absolutely.
They are great.
So
I look forward to hearing more of Webb Shudder as Apollo.
Yes.
I'd also like for this scene. I like that in some ways Turning inspires Athena to keep pushing forward. Because in this whole case, we have all these characters speaking for what they think is best for Turning, what's best for the outcome. But I don't know how many people really asked, well, what does Turning want? What does he feel about this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what makes Athena, in my opinion, the big hero in all this. Because she does consider not only the truth, but what her client really wanted out of this. What would be best for him in the long run.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of the big thing of thinking, if she did accept this, Turning would forever live with that guilt, and his mom would be banished and he'd never get to see her again. And Turning didn't want that.
As nice as moments have come from this monologue, I do feel it drags on for rather too long.
Oh, this is a pretty long one.
Yeah.
I agree. Upon reflection, I think this just goes on for way too long. It should have ended a little bit earlier before we start having this, this move into Athena's resolution. But because it was just a lot of recycling, it drags.
Yeah. Yeah,
it does drag.
In an ideal world, I would have cut this by maybe 50% and then more immediately got into this part which I feel like this is the point of the monologue. This realization.
Yeah, this is what matters.
This this is the heart of it. This is what it's supposed to be about. Everything else is just despair, and it makes sense because Fair is pushing all of Athena's buttons, but also we did it already. We can, afford to cut down just a little bit more so that it's more streamlined.
Yeah. I did like the use of the character rigs while she was thinking about them, and the little animations on like Private Eye and Sugar that coordinated with her dialogue. It was very nice editing touch, though.
Yeah.
And I like her basically fist bumping the darkness away.
Yeah, that's great too. Editors.
Yep. Here we go. This is the first pause moment.
This is the first pause, and of course, it's me.
Of course, it has to be you.
Jarvy, why are you
It's
pausing
always you.
Because everyone loves when I start talking about my work and stuff. Anyway, first pause of the director's commentary for 2.9 is, of course, going to be talking about the music. So I think we pause just as the song starts. This song is called The Resolve of Athena Sykes. And there's way too much in it that I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time going into the nitty-gritty details because this is a very long DC and I'm already kind of not about to, I have a lot of other songs I want to talk about and I'm not going to spend so much time with this one explaining every detail. But it is important to bring up because this song has a very unique ethos to it. This song was specifically composed as essentially a follow-up to 2.8's Confess the Truth. Conceptually, I would say that the two are essentially just one long song. They're the same key, the near exact same instrumentation. This one just happens to be a little bit faster. And really just the general structure taking from Bachian influence and obviously the Confess the Truth structure from previous themes in the Ace Attorney franchise. But it's also obviously faster, and compared to Confess the Truth, it has a far more triumphant sound. There's definitely a longer build-up. People who watch the episode know that piano that just begins very rapidly, that is almost a minute long of just that, that instrument. Really, there's only a couple other instruments thrown in. There's the drums, and the bass guitar. But for the most part, really, of the song, for exactly one half, it is just one instrument playing one melody. And that was intentional. That was done in order to build up the tension to when the actual song basically begins. People who have probably heard me talking about the Confess the Truth theme can kind of anticipate that going into this song, what I want to do was kind of continue the same sort of idea I had there, which is to take the courtroom revolutionary motif and play around with how it is structured in this song. So if in Confess the Truth, I combine the first two verses of the theme into that song's first verse, here I took the chorus from Courtroom Revolutionary and used it as a bridge gap between the intro and the chorus. Now, the chorus is essentially a solo piece. I mean, well, not the chorus, but the whole song is a solo piece, I should say, in that it was just me composing it, using the whole of what I had learned from composing music across the entirety of Case 2's creation. And I think it was the last song I ever composed for Case 2. The last song I ever composed, mastered, mixed, finalized, and provided before officially saying, I have done everything I want to do for Case 2. Another thing that I have to point out that I'm surprised I don't think I saw a lot of people point out in the actual video, this song has Towards the Truth in it. Towards the Truth plays in Turnabout Storm. I guess it would be classified as the Pursuit theme. It plays here. It was not originally there, actually, when I first composed it, until I just had this idea when I was going through an initial draft for the song that, wait a second, I think this is the exact same key if my ears are not mistaking me. So I thought, okay, let me try to recompose, from ear Towards the Truth, plop it into this piece using the guitar that you hear about a minute and 25 seconds in. And it just worked ingeniously well. And it works very thematically well. If you regard the song as, the follow-up to Confess the Truth, which is a very desperate-sounding song, where it's like, I don't want to do this, Athena's basically saying, but she has to. Here, it kind of makes sense that, Towards the Truth to play because she is now resolved to head towards the truth, no matter what that means at this point. It's an excellent reversal of the reversal that I had in Confess the Truth. And given the many callbacks to Turnabout Storm in 2.8 and just in Case 2 in general, it really makes a lot of sense. So I basically use that motif in order to craft that guitar solo and then add it on top of the first verse before ending it on a variation of Athena's theme. And this is kind of going on for a little long, so I'm going to move into my closing thoughts. This song... Sorry, it's very hot in my room. This song provides what I would consider a counter release to the spell that Confess the Truth wove for 2-8, bringing Athena out of her despair and bringing the audience one step closer to resolution. And there are obviously things that I could change. The drums could be split up. Mastering can always be better. But overall, this is my favorite piece to have created for Case 2. I think it represents, by that point in the production and where I was at that point, that was the peak. Obviously, I'm not saying that, I've reached my limit and now it's all downhill from here, but in terms of, as a beginning musician for Case 2, this song is peak Case 2 music for me.
All hail Jared.
All hail Jared.
Never gonna catch on.
All hail Jared.
It's not gonna catch on, guys. It's not gonna catch on.
And hey, something I was wondering.
Yes.
The title, was it a reference to Great Ace Attorney? Or was
Yes.
it just a coincidence?
It was a reference to, is it the fourth case or the final case, James?
The fifth one.
The final case, yeah.
Final case. I like that structure of his title, and it worked for what I wanted to make for this scene, and it worked for what was happening in this moment. Now remember, as one of the writers, I know the scenes that we want to have music playing for, and I knew exactly what tone I wanted to get. So because I knew already that this is the heart of this scene right here, this is exactly what I want as the energy, I knew how to compose a song to that effect, and I knew how to title it so that it would have the same effect. You don't always get that if musicians are separate from writers, but we're lucky in that I'm both. And,
perks of writing
really well.
and composing.
It's a really fun, rock orchestral piece, and I really am proud of it.
It's amazing.
It's really good.
Man, if only I could do the guitar solo, like.
Weren't you the one who did the guitar solo?
No, I did not. Those are all samples.
He did for Confess the Truth, but this one was all me.
Anyways, shall we?
We shall. That was probably my shortest talk about music, so you're welcome, guys. I'm pacing because we got 3 other songs I gotta talk about.
And I have consistently changed my stance.
But you can kind of hear, it starts very simple with just piano.
That makes me look hopelessly lost.
16th notes, just following a Bachian structure. 1 root note, actually 2 root notes, and then I have the chord basically playing up and down that.
Maybe half the time it feels like I'm stumbling.
And the effect is that you actually end up ignoring the root note. Like it no longer becomes very apparent.
It becomes apparent that
even though it's obviously right there. Music theory.
Is mostly my fault.
I like how Athena here is talking about her failures in such a matter-of-fact way. Like, yes, I fucked up and I accept it.
But even so,
it makes the following moment of resolve all the more stronger.
I refuse to let that stop me.
Oh, timing.
But it refused.
It refused.
I had people comparing this to Undertale, and I was like, I think that's a compliment.
It is a compliment.
That is
it's a compliment.
That's a very big compliment, actually.
Very big compliment.
Trust me, it's comparing it to literally in my opinion, the most epic part of Undertale.
Absolutely.
Thank you, then, for everyone who made that reference and the comparison. And as you can hear right now, that is towards the truth. I just ripped the shit from there and put it in.
Yeah. Fair devotion in that copium.
I know you want us to explain the truth, devotion.
By the way, just saying to you guys that OST video, it will come soon.
It will come soon.
Ooh.
Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that.
Yay! There's a lot of music.
I love how Widget's sad and angry.
Yeah, I love to sing Widget through Case 2.
Her stick is gone. It has disappeared.
The void.
If you don't mind, Your Honor, I'd actually like to
Hey, what time's are we on?
Before I say anything
We are 27 minutes in.
All right. Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not losing stuff.
We thought, what, you thought we were in 10 minutes?
I gotta say, coming up real quick. Shit.
I hate that whole speech. That makes me think on how Athena really was the perfect lawyer for this case.
Yeah.
This case actually feels like it was made for her.
Gee, I wonder why. But at the same time, it's like, it's not just that she was the perfect attorney to do this case. She was the only one who could do this case. That's why I think this case is so important to her.
Makes me wonder if Phoenix or Apollo had taken the case, probably the truth would have been buried.
Yeah,
It would have been.
They probably would have accused fair devotion, and that would be that.
We also wouldn't have been able to have this little final, like, the vow, basically. You wouldn't have the vow, this kind of, sequence happening if you just had Apollo.
Yeah.
But, with Twilight and Athena, it just worked. Speaking of the vow, I'm pretty sure it's coming.
I think it's also
that's a
Yeah,
wedding
there it is.
vow. I'm not
That's a
even
wedding
gonna
vow right
apologize,
there.
guys. That is a wedding vow.
Twitina!
God damn it.
The writers
I
do
think
this to them.
I think the case is also important to Athena, and not just because of what's going on, because of how much it reminds her of what happened with Simon Blackwell.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I just remembered.
How it ruined his life.
The song that's playing right now, "Together Against Devotion." I'm not going to get into too much detail because it takes the Athena motif. It also takes from Fighting Is Magic's Twilight Sparkles stage theme, and also takes inspiration from Professor Layton's Ace Attorney theme of the United Front. But also, that song plays in Update Video 18, and nobody noticed that I stuck in an unreleased song. So, haha, guys.
Yeah. While I was editing that, Jared asked me to sneak it in.
Yeah.
I was like, no one's gonna notice because they're gonna be too busy being wowed by everything else. But haha, that's my Easter egg of the day.
I mean,
It's Luna
everyone,
defending Athena.
everyone on this team is so incredibly talented. It's hard not to be distracted by every little thing.
I remember
she does is magic.
when the writing team especially one of our former writers running talked about, let's have Athena do this case because it fits so well with her. And seriously, Athena just became top 5 Ace Attorney character because of this case. The decision from Phoenix to Athena is it's such an important decision.
That's my mother for you.
It changed everything.
The redeem's also pretty good.
Redeemed Athena.
The case Athena deserved.
Yes.
It's also really good because it breaks convention as well, because it's usually Apollo, then Athena, but we chose Athena first.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Capcom! Give Athena a good case, will you?
Where's Ace Attorney 7? Who am I?
Give us Ace Attorney 7 with Athena as the pro tag, please. Capcom, we beg this of you.
Ace Attorney 7 is never gonna happen unless Ace Attorneys 4, 5, and 6 get re-released on other platforms.
Yeah, that's pretty much my opinion. There's no reason for them to.
The Moon Matrix, done by Shannon.
Yeah. This, admittedly, this was kind of a last-minute thing.
During our search,
You did fantastic.
I like these arts.
Thanks.
You would never know.
Yeah, to be honest, I took a lot of inspiration from Cadet's style since she did the art previously, so I just wanted to make sure it was one-to-one.
There's a little channel inside the Moon Matrix.
Yeah.
Obviously.
It's the actual backgrounds.
And yet,
I don't think
Salmon put those in,
yeah. Salmon put those in.
I don't think anyone has ever noticed this until now, but yeah, the Case 2 backgrounds are within the Moon Matrix screen that Athena has.
Yeah, no one ever pointed it out, I think. And if you did, we're sorry that we didn't notice you.
Yeah, I didn't notice that. It's a very cute detail, and I love it.
Yeah.
It really makes you feel like
Even in
immersed.
yeah,
It does.
Very immersed.
What if they did?
there are a
just
lot of
us.
hidden details in the Move Matrix, like in the startup screen,
Oh, the startup screen. That's right.
where it actually displays
Furious, in fact. To the point
like
that I
all
dared
the
to
who's in the
throw
courtroom at the time.
him into the statue.
Yeah.
Kicked him?
Isn't that the actual code within like the Move Matrix?
Him hard enough for him to be impaled at the statue's base.
Wait, no, I don't remember what the code says. I've seen it before.
It's like stuff that was within the After Effects file for the
Who
Movie
is
Matrix, I
in
think.
there? Like it says Prosecutor Luna.
Prosecutor Lunar, Scootaloo.jpg or some shit like that.
No, it was like, if I recall correctly, it was Defense Attorney, Athena, Co-Counsel, Twilight, Prosecutor, Luna, Witness,
Yeah.
Scootaloo.
Yeah, it's so unnecessary, but it's a great detail.
Scootaloo right now.
The Witness isn't Scootaloo, guys.
Wait a second. Changelings.
I think either the program is bugged or that's not fair devotion.
Bugged changelings.
She has green eyes.
Changelings. They're changelings, remember?
And this is before season 6.
That's right.
That is true.
How do you explain the
So this is the lore?
Deepest lore.
Hey, we got Athena's objection theme.
Yeah.
I'm having we're going to sneak that in this rather low mood case.
The panning to fair devotion looking fucking done.
It's like, what now?
Oh, why did I get this lawyer?
We'll have to deal with another child.
I mean, let's be honest. Everyone in this room is her child. She's a teacher.
Yeah.
Is that right?
She's teaching everyone in the room.
Because, Your Honor, turning
Class is in session.
Diamond Tiara during the
She's about to school Athena.
We're now in Equestria Civics class.
A court in good faith cannot conduct itself in a court.
I love as well how like there are moments where Fair goes into teacher mode when trying to make her point.
It's very fun to write her in teacher mode. It's very formal.
I love watching Fair's acting, you could say, with the rigs. I love what they did, like with her very pronounced teeth in the one side view shot of her head, and other times where like
It's
her
a very
nose is
silly
in the
pose.
air, her stick raised and pretty. It's really great.
I did not like that pose with the
that
exaggerated
pose.
teeth.
I didn't like it
You got some
either.
big chompers.
It's great.
I mean, they're
love
horses.
it.
Of course, they got big chompers.
Exactly. Yeah, you
but
can't
it's
say that about here. That's like a
It makes
derogatory
her
term in
feel-
Pony World.
This is like the second time we got this flashback, right?
No, the first time actually.
Oh
The
yeah,
first time.
didn't we get it in 2.8 or 2.7?
No.
Whoa.
No. And
Huh.
that's actually a different take of the line because
Yeah, I know. It's
Because they
definitely-
gobble
yeah.
us up. It'll take too
It
long.
wouldn't be appropriate to honestly have.
Yeah,
Gobble
Yeah.
us up.
We retcon the past so in order for drama.
will show that the two are a perfect match. I'd also like to pause the current therapy session until this test is done.
Hey, a small detail. This is practically the last time we have a chance to use these Athena poses, including the mood matrix, for who knows how long. So I'm glad we got to make a lot of use of them in 2.9.
Yeah.
yeah. I suggest that we should use some of them because they hadn't been used very much because they're only used for the Mew Matrix.
Hi, Al.
Hi,
Al.
It's me.
Al.
Sorry
hi,
for
Al.
badge, sir.
Do you have an
This badge is ineligible.
That sword. It was
1-1
found
still
in
the
the
worst.
statue. In fact,
2-3 is
started
pretty
the
bad.
argument in the first place.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
1-1 is up there, but 2-3 is also.
1-3 has its charm.
That must mean Turning Page had indeed
It's
gone there that night.
it's pretty rough.
Turning?
But it has its charm.
Huh? Yes.
You must give credit where credit is due.
Before
It's
we
all
continue
thanks
with
to
your
Blue
mother's
Blood and his
session,
excellence.
I need to ask you, will you elaborate on what
My
happened
golden
to
Asta. Shout out to Nightstar for being always a legend.
Hello, Nightstar. If you're here.
I freaking love Nightstar.
I wanted to
Ah, I miss him.
to make sure she'd be okay.
He's still around.
No,
He's not dead.
Talking about him like he's dead.
Dead.
He's not dead.
Blue Blood is not the victim. He's not dead.
We said this
I
in
can
the
still
last
hear his
DC.
voice.
Like, I
Blue
think
Blood
we're
is
talking
still
about
out
Pretzel
there in
or
this
someone.
world, making someone's job that much harder.
Could you
We said
imagine
this
if
in
Blue
the last
Blood
DC
was
too, I
bigger
think.
for this
Like, we were
case?
talking about Pretzel, and we were saying like, "Oh, I miss him," and I was like a 2 or 3 second pause, and I was like, "He's not dead, guys. He's not." Why are we talking like he's deceased?
Speaking of Pretzel,
Not
he's right
dead
here.
yet.
Hi, Pretzel.
So, I dug behind
Hi,
the statue to
Pretzel.
hide from them.
God rest his soul.
And they saw me
Uh,
began to hurt me.
I love this flashback.
It's been a while since I've talked to Nightstar though, so.
Yeah, this flashback is really good.
Oh, hi, Serenity.
The panicking first voice is amazing.
Oh man, this background.
This one hurts to watch, though.
Yeah.
If you guys remember in the chat, Serenity voiced Royal Order in the Case 1 cutscene in the very end of 1-3. Not a lot of people know that, and when I saw people reacting to Royal Order speaking, a lot of people were like, "Whoa, he can speak? What is this?" I was like,
Well, yeah,
guys,
he wasn't dead
he
for a
spoke
little bit,
before.
guys. Of course he can speak.
To be fair, that was like 7 years ago.
First Pretzel, now then Nightstar, and now Royal Order. We all think
all are
we're
dead.
They're all just.
But
He's not.
do-
He's listen. Only one of those guys is dead.
Yeah. Oh,
But
also
he
that
wasn't before.
Also the graphic, I just realized it's supposed to be broken.
Oh,
Eh.
thanks for
it's
pointing it
not.
out.
Oh, hey, I think I recall.
Serenity pointed out too.
Yeah,
I think I recall we didn't have a night version for this background until
Oh yeah,
the
that's
ending
right.
started.
Yeah.
I had to redo this background in its entirety because not only was it smaller, it used aliased shapes and brushes.
Oh no!
Yeah, because a former background artist, Comedics, made this background, but we don't have the PSD for it or source files for it, so Shannon had to go by scratch.
Yeah, I more or less traced over it and then just applied the nighttime colors. But yeah, alias brush strokes do not look good when it's sized up. Always go anti-aliased.
Yeah.
One thing I like
It's a
about
good faith because I'm ignorant, but Alias is like
It's that pixel look.
Smoothing.
pixel look.
Yeah.
So
and then-
Antagonists kind of smooths it out, makes it look
Yeah.
less obviously pixelated.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man.
You learn something new
Fair,
every day.
fair.
Ah,
It's not fair. But one thing I love about this is this is the first time in this case that we've actually heard Fair Devotion be vulnerable, really? At least fully. Because before she always has some semblance of control. And so that I think worked really well of that entire scene I had to frown while doing it, even during the anger parts, because there's definitely an undercurrent of sadness in that entire thing of trouble with Herning and trouble with her family, and she's upset about that her things are kind of falling apart.
Pestering him won't change the facts, Miss.
And it was fun. I enjoyed it. And then I'm going right back into this of being very monotone of
very
this is
measured,
the
very
story.
calculating.
Yeah.
Did you record all of these line by line in order? Or did you record the flashbacks separately?
No, we did. It was all line by line in order.
Say it again. This trial is to determine.
Then amazing job changing mood for mood.
My confession proves the latter. This
Sounds like
trial
you
has
need
gone
to get a grip on yourself running wild.
Oh man!
Oh man.
I'm so funny. I'm so clever.
I'm afraid you
I'm drinking tea. I'm very mellow.
The court will decide that when we believe it is most appropriate.
You also seem to
Good guy judge on standing his ground.
technically in the middle of your therapy.
No, we actually made the judge less of a pushover for one.
So I'm just witness.
We love the judge though.
Miss Sykes chose to
I love the chat's reaction when she said when first said, "Oh, so I'm just witness to you now," and Chad was like, "Yes, you're a witness. Now shut the fuck up."
Everyone was just flaming on fair devotion.
To you, perhaps not. The same cannot be said for myself and the defense, though.
I do love how, after seeing it in action, Luna's now fully for the mood matrix being used. After 2-4.
I love them just cooperating. It's got such good vibes to it.
It's a really interesting dynamic.
I love.
She saw
Van Zeeks and Ryunosuke.
No, but I love her being a like how she's a prosecutor in the same way of like how some of the prosecutors are of where they start working with you. But normally that kind of happens after you're at opposition with them for a while. Luna's like, I'm gonna be on your side since the beginning. Let's go.
I feel like
to be fair, it's kind of been 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Or 3 days, so same difference. She had a whole, development arc.
I have a feeling that's somewhat harder to write, like a prosecutor that's maybe on your side since the beginning versus having an antagonistic force. And then
Why is that?
Clearly,
yeah, no, I
suppose it could
agree.
be.
I think
It depends honestly on, and I obviously will not speak on behalf of my other writers, but at least for me, because I already know Luna's character, it was kind of easier. But I imagine if you were to create, an entirely new prosecutor, you had to play up two dynamics, right? And know exactly not only how to respond to one and do the other, but then also how to develop one leading into the other. And I imagine that can be a bit of a challenge. But I would assume that, if you do it well, the character emerges very prominently and very distinctly. And Luna kind of worked that well, pretty well.
Yeah.
I like how Luna is. She is still, being a prosecutor.
Yes, prosecutor Luna.
She's an antagonist without being an enemy.
Yeah, like earlier in the case, especially, like, 2-3, 2-4, she is very much, against you, while also not being against you.
For her to be as shocked as she was when she heard
She's opposing the defense without opposing the defendant. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, 1999 from Rambling Guy. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for giving Athena a case that thoroughly explores her characterization. Literally was a trials and tribulations style story for her. Arguably some of the best fan Ace Attorney I've seen in a while. Oh, thank you so much. Gotta thank the writers for that.
He would have come out from behind the statue, encountering his father there. He then used his magic to temporarily fix his sword and swing it into royal order, knocking off the statue and creating
Even as just a diagram, it still stinks.
Yeah. Initially, there were plans to use the still that got featured later on in this moment, but that got scrapped. To add emphasis.
When I was editing this, I originally had the idea of using the still to add like extra oomph, but that got scrapped to add extra oomph to a later scene.
Yeah,
with that still.
Absolutely. Yeah, something that I want to point out also with us Randy in the chat right now. When I first wrote a Luna in the original like scripts, like I made her way more antagonistic. Almost, actually, it is very like out of character for her. So, and even like the writers, I think for a while they're like, why is it Luna? Why can't we choose someone else? But I was like, no, let's keep it Luna because I think it's cool. And they're like, ugh. so they had to figure out like how they're gonna make her work.
Yeah, I like how this interpretation keeps her in character because she very clearly doesn't want to ever put, children in danger, which matches, what we know of her.
Let me ask you this.
Like she's basically protecting, but while being a prosecutor.
It'd just be me.
This whole thing, I like the angle Fair takes as an antagonist. In that, instead of just antagonizing the defense, she tries her hardest to stop the trial from continuing, stop the defense from prodding further. She knows that if Athena keeps poking at her story, she'll reach a truth she doesn't want her to discover. So
Equity line.
She's trying her hardest to say, stop this trial! This is not okay!
She has a point.
Hi, G.
Yes, it's G.
And I heard a cat. Is that Mango?
It's Mango! No!
Mango!
Mango in the middle of something.
Mango strikes again!
Oh, that's Perry.
Hi, Perry.
Pulling out all the stops here.
Yeah, it
Just
is
to keep me
Perry.
from pushing forward.
But yeah,
Perry before he joined the team.
She's definitely
I really love
Yeah, that was recorded before he joined the team, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And now he's in the team.
shirk from this.
It was.
We got him.
It was
We roped him in.
foreshadowing.
The foreshadowing.
Even if you have your reservations about
But I really do like how, like you said, she's kind of desperate to do anything to stop the trial. So, discredit the mood matrix, which is the only reason that, Athena can move forward is through the mood matrix. So, get the mood matrix out of the, picture.
Miss Sykes. What matters is that you
Yeah.
have at your disposal.
It also shows how clever she is.
By the rest of us.
And she's also technically telling the truth. Like, the only one who can use the mood matrix is Athena.
That's the thing I'm not so sure of.
You love how formal this is. This is so totally normal speech. According good faith.
So
and according to his
quite
principles,
literally, I
this
think
is
I
it.
remember while recording that, I looked at that and went, is it really?
Proving it to us.
Is this a real sentence?
That I felt shocked for the reasons you said.
I think it works is it's trying her hardest to bring the letter to the law in order to stop Athena from pushing further.
Mm-hmm.
And in that desperation, she brings language that really doesn't sound natural.
Prove my theory. After all.
Oh yeah, she's also just a teacher. Like, I understood why, but I remember just looking at it going, this doesn't, it feels like a different...
The point was it's not supposed to be speech. It's dramatic speech.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not like, conversational. It's like she is delivering what is essentially a monologue. And monologues stylistically, you can have your conversational monologue, and that's, an entirely different style. But for this one, what I wanted was, I want a Fair who is very formally deconstructing Athena's person, essentially. And I felt like, that would work thematically. It's not something that I'd usually do because, that's not how characters talk. That's not how people talk. But that was the point. It's a formal deconstruction. A rhetorical strategy.
You can interpret it as her trying to be a bit more authoritative as well, just trying to convince anyone that will listen.
I mean, she kind of talks like Luna in that sentence. Luna has a very archaic, formal cadence to her. A lot of garden path sentences.
Then yeah, I saw it.
Mango!
Move,
Mango is
please.
here for the absolute craziest moment.
Mango's here to see Sugar Stamp cry.
Yeah. She senses the emotional distress through the screen.
Mango's trying to be a support. She's trying to be support for Sugar Stamp.
You can't lie to us.
She's not lying, Miss Sykes.
You can't expect me to believe. Please, just go.
One thing about this line is I only cry about 4 times a year.
Oh.
Count?
Oh,
Why
we made you
specifically
waste your year. I'm
four?
so sorry.
Bleh. Sorry.
No, but oh, this was actually the first time I had to do like crying in voice acting, and I kind of had to learn how to do it, which was, talk more about it later, but very much like, being out of breath basically the whole time. I think it was very fun. I enjoy fake crying. I enjoy bringing pain.
Oh, you do?
Serenity says you're welcome, Katie.
Yeah! Thank you, Serenity! Yeah, no, that was a really fun... It was a fun line to do, especially with Sugar Stamp being like, stop attacking my... please just let my family be safe. Oh, good.
Animation pairs with it perfectly too. Going from very closed off and centered focused, just protecting herself. She just outright comes out, wings outspread, hooves slamming down, just like enough. Just wants it to be over. It just pairs so perfectly.
Oh boy.
Oh, this bit.
What he told you?
Oh God.
I can't do that on my own. Not without your help. But you've got to speak up and tell us what really happened. Even if it looks like things will end badly.
That's enough, Miss Sykes. Your Honor, I want the defense held in contempt of court for the sheer ludicrousness of their behavior.
I thought I killed my own mother turning.
And this is the moment that connects
Um,
Athena to this case.
It occurs to me if we had not revealed in case 1 and then in case 2 the stuff about Athena's mother, if we had actually only hinted at it, we could have used this here and even had like a lot more dramatic effect.
Yeah.
Because it's like, why does Athena take this case? Why turn? Why does he feel that way? If we had hinted at it and actually been like, we're not going to reveal that until this point. But I still think it works. But that would have been a very interesting effect.
Yeah, it would have been way
But
cooler.
I think that was already said in case 1, so it was kind of like,
oopsie.
We'll be treading new ground either way, or old ground, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Thanks, AlJavis.
Totally 1-1.
It's not his fault. It's just it's an interesting way, an interesting it's a thought that I didn't have until just now. So yeah,
Everything kept changing.
The flashing images.
Like everything's
Shout outs to Pat
changed.
for that.
yeah.
I
He's over real good. Pat really made me feel like, oh fuck.
I'm gonna talk about that in a moment.
Oh
Yeah,
no, you got just
Back
wait.
to that Athena, like, in the first trial, she was like not listening to, like trying to stop turning from confessing. And now it's her wanting him to confess.
Do this for your father.
Confess the truth. Dun, 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 dun.
Don't give Jarvy an excuse.
You wanted to mention something, Pat?
Yeah, I have a bit to talk about that whole sequence of bits there.
I love bits.
Thank you.
2 bits.
I knew from the very beginning that I wanted to make that whole segment impactful because that's Athena basically pouring her heart out to Turning and wanting to basically show him that I've been through this hell that your mom is trying to push for, and it's really, really bad. And I remember thinking initially the way I wanted to do it was, as you saw, the whole image sequencing of Athena's trauma through the Dual Destinies cutscenes, and I initially used the screenshots from the iOS playthrough of Dual Destinies because they are some of the more legible, or I guess non-blurry versions of the game out there on YouTube. But then Gion and I made them even better by him literally giving me the actual cutscenes from the game that I could just take screenshots of and insert them into the scene. And if I remember correctly, the main reason why I wanted to go with the whole flashing stills thing, where it's like getting faster and faster, it's like one, to match the voice line that Athena was saying, it's like it'll keep flashing in your head, like that anxiety and guilt will just keep taking more and more away from you until there's nothing left. And it reminded me a little bit of scenes from the new Puss in Boots movie, where that sequence in Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, where stuff like that was happening with Puss, where there was shots of different things that he was experiencing either in his life or I don't know how to explain it fully, but it was sort of that sequence that I wanted to go for when showing off Athena's trauma here, and I think it worked really, really well. I'm really happy with how this turned out, because I think it brought to life what we wanted to show in terms of Athena's character, and that was something I really wanted to nail from the beginning when I was editing this scene.
And I say you did fantastically. This is a great climax.
Yeah, and then you didn't stop because you had another thing you did.
Yeah, you didn't stop at that. This wasn't the end of the pain.
We'll get there.
We'll get there, but yeah. But yeah.
This made for a great emotional climax for the connection between Athena and this case, the personal one. And another sign that this case really touches her. It really touches on something very personal for Athena.
Yeah.
Especially with the whole killing your own parent thing, and having someone want to take the blame for you. Like obviously Athena didn't, but.
But yeah, that's another part of this tragedy. Athena didn't, but in this case, she has to stand up for someone who wasn't so quote unquote lucky.
Yeah.
So is this all gonna say, Pat?
I think that's all I really wanted to say, because even though I could say a lot more, I don't want to take up too much time.
Yeah.
I do remember though that I was very focused when doing this. I finished that whole scene in a week, because something about my creative process is if I have an idea and if I am able to retain that idea long enough, I just want to.
You gotta go for it.
And so, yeah, I want to go for it and see it through. When I had that image still idea and the flashing Athena's stills throughout that whole monologue, I was like, I have to write this down, or I have to put it on paper.
Okay, I know you're being serious, but I'm sorry. Just the fact that Athena's cheery music came on.
So I guess this is a good time to move on then.
Probably.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
To silence.
Silence.
Athena.
Don't listen to her turning.
And first shock here, it's like she didn't consider just how bad her plan could get.
Sykes. Scootaloo.
Oh god.
Oh boy.
Why did I have?
All right. All right, James, it's your turn.
And James, go off. Go explain your sins. Get the hours in it.
I think.
Also, hi, Mango.
From Mango. I think it was actually Jared who suggested using the ribbon for this scene, and I've got to say that's an amazing idea. Just bringing it back, because I think this episode in particular is where things really start to come full circle with everything that's happened throughout the case. And the ribbon is just the icing on the cake.
The ribbon man, and now you're throwing me under the bus, and now I'm like, oh no. Was it both?
They're trying to blame each other.
Listen, I did enough emotional damage. It was either him or it was me. Let's just say that it was a shared psychic effort to ruin everyone.
Co-conspirators. And yeah, bringing back the Ballad of the Flightless from Mental Investigations as well. It's just to add another layer to it, because that only showed it once, I think, in 2-2 for Scootaloo in this very scene as well. So now just using the same music.
Oh no,
again,
James!
James, you're coming out.
James!
Oh,
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
yes.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
The whole thing coming full circle.
He is cutting out. That is unfortunate.
Oh, that is just.
Oh no.
It seems to
Can
not
you hear me
like
now?
we're talking.
Yes.
Yes, for now.
On top of the whole case coming full circle, just using the MLI track again, just thought that would be a really nice touch on top of everything else.
It shows their friendship, asterisk.
Yes.
Don't.
You can also think of it as like channeling Scootaloo's energy and bravery as well.
Running page is it's medium.
It's technically her theme. It's her reminiscence theme, and he's sort of sharing it, so it does show their bond as well.
Wow,
Yeah.
It's like, she has a heart or something.
As Serenity pointed out in the chat, this scene was not part of the original roadmap. Like James said, and also Jarvy, you two made this scene even more tearful. So
We were like, what if we added more pain?
I have a feeling
Look,
you two.
I did was sense that there is an opportunity to emotionally create this cohesion that connects the beginning of the case, which was revealed back in 2-4,
Yes.
but technically this is technically a 2-0 with the present. You know how I am. You know how I like to do that little framing. You guys know I'm a frame writer. I framed Rainbow Dash. I don't know. What do you want me to say? All I did was say, this would be a neat thing. I think it would work, and it worked. And oops.
I have a feeling you.
Sorry, James.
I have a feeling you and James met together one night and just decided, let's just inflict as much emotional damage as possible.
I was DMing him. I remember, James and I were just kind of going through the writing, and we're like, here's a fun idea. I'll run with it. And then, he DM'd me. It's like, here's a fun idea. I'll run with it. And, we were just kind of checking each other, like a relay race. And then we kind of stepped back and said, that seems like a good idea. Let's, and then conveniently I forgot that
I think what makes this so funny to me is that, you guys are saying, oh, this is a fun idea. This is going to make things more painful. But the moment that you actually hear it come to life, you're like, what have we done?
What have we done? What have we done?
We created a monster.
I didn't mean to. I thought it would just be, it's super cute. It's, emotionally
cute.
It's listen, Turning's remembering the words that she gave him as a gift that he is now giving himself to remind himself what it means to be Turning Page to her.
Yeah, but that also hurts. I also do like that this scene was shown from Turning's perspective this time.
Yeah, that was something I decided to do because it was Turning thinking about this moment.
Makes sense.
As far as I remember, it was originally written as a flashback segment, but I was like, nah, let's do I had to fetch the original audio recordings of it not being echofied, and made it so that it was like if Turning was remembering the moment and we're reliving that moment through Turning's eyes.
Yeah,
Good
it worked.
choice.
It works very well for this moment.
Look, I stand by the idea that it's cute. Okay, listen.
Yeah.
Maybe not emotionally, but the idea. It was a cute idea that ended up having
cute.
emotional pain.
The execution is pain.
I'm sorry.
I mean, when you give us this kind of material to work with, Jared, I think you should expect pain at every.
I didn't expect
avenue.
this much pain, to be completely honest. But to be fair, I completely forgot that this scene, this part of it, was like something that was not there originally. So this is the first time I'm hearing that. Oh yeah, you guys screwed us, and I was like, oh, I don't remember trying to. Scene 7, on the other hand, I'll take responsibility. Anyway, I've interrupted James for too long. I'm so sorry.
Yes, and speaking of pain, there is something coming up that is going to inflict so much pain. But continue.
Yeah. You know exactly why.
You know exactly why.
Anyway. Ribbons.
Yes.
Ribbons are pretty cool.
Yeah, I think we're ready to go.
Yes.
I think we're ready to go.
Let us be moving on. Let us go.
It's the ribbon. I got it from Rainbow Dash a while ago. It's supposed to represent the courage one has to do.
This is the original MLI theme, right? This is
it is.
a remix.
This is from.
It's
no,
the
it's
same-
not a remix. It's the same thing.
No.
It's the exact same track. That would look like this.
Yep.
The ribbons from MLI. We like MLI in this house.
It was a very charming game, and I'm sad it didn't get any
I
further.
remember playing. Pat, do you remember us playing that on like our old ass computers?
Yes. And I'm honestly shocked that the game still ran pretty well despite us having laptops with like horrible specs.
Either your laptops are actually more powerful than you thought, or that game is super optimized.
Yeah, I mean, Pat, your old PC could run Detroit. So
I'd like to think it was optimization.
You could run the entire city of Detroit.
Incredible. Also,
Yeah, I remember popping off when you first showed this to us.
Yep.
You didn't tell me you were doing this.
The other case
another one.
we had to didn't we have to pause because we were all freaking out?
Yeah, you know what's the best part as well? This was done on a whim.
I didn't like getting mad at me and James for throwing us in that seemed cute, but then Pat here does this.
This was
this was completely impromptu, yes. Because originally in the script it was to show Turning on the stand, like eyes closed, as you saw. And the ribbon evidence would pop up as if to show him thinking about it. But then I sort of had that same thought in my head while working on this scene was like, what if I could do more? And that's when the idea of like, wait, Al worked on the evidence for case 2 in Photoshop. Like I could theoretically make a PNG. And that's where the idea sort of sprouted in my head. And I was in call with Al and I asked him, hey Al, do you happen to have the original PSD? And the best part is I didn't tell him anything of why.
You didn't tell me why.
I didn't tell him. I didn't tell him why I wanted the original.
No, exactly why. You just didn't want to admit it to yourself consciously.
Evil man.
So conniving.
I didn't tell him why.
I was like, I guess he needing it for something. I'll give it to him just in case. And then when I found out why he needed it, and I'm like,
just don't question him. Let him cook.
You just made this because you're evil.
Yeah. This I definitely take responsibility for proudly.
So basically, what you did was just
keep an eye on him.
So what you did to the ribbon? Explain what you did to the ribbon.
I took.
And do remember that this is being recorded, so.
I live studio audience.
Everything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
I took the original PSD that Al sent me. I removed the evidence background and just had the actual ribbon. It was something that it took me a bit to Photoshop, but I Photoshopped what hopefully Al is showing on the screen right now, which is
it's there, yeah.
It's lagging my OBS now because this ribbon's too powerful. Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here!
I am
sorry. It is emotionally too powerful.
The reason why I Photoshopped it into be that shape is I realized I could use Turning's scared pose, which is the base of the pose that is on screen right now, with Turning holding a ribbon. His hooves are up as if like clutching something next to his chest, and I was like, I could theoretically do a camera trick where I hid the middle part of the ribbon behind Turning's hooves, and with there I could make it look like Turning was holding the ribbon, and it was like holding the main part of the ribbon in his hooves, and like straps of the ribbon were like falling off of the sides. And I remember spending maybe about like 2 or 3 hours working both on the photoshopping and the rig editing that I had to go into Turning's rig to place the ribbon in there, as well as change his facial expression. But afterwards, I remember sharing it off with other members of the team, and I think I caused a lot of emotional damage.
You didn't even tell me what you did. You just said get on the call, and I was like, okay, what's up?
I only saw this when polishing started. This caught me off guard. You're nasty.
I think in that call, I probably went, no, you shitbag. I'm like, oh, fuck, okay, go for it, dude. Just go for it.
And so the lesson here, folks, is that if there's an emotional damage in the scene, blame either the writers or the video editors.
Or both.
Absolutely.
Kevin, I'm gonna blame you for scene 8, okay? I hope you realize it.
Oh my god.
I mean, that one's Shannon's fault.
You and I are not free from blame here.
Okay, fair enough, but I will say...
You are all culpable. You are all parties responsible.
Yeah, I mean, you know exactly why. You know exactly why.
You know exactly why.
We're never gonna get there in time. I'm gonna break down crying. We are only 57 minutes into the episode.
It's true.
There's so much pain.
We still got an hour left.
So much more pain.
And I'm out of tea, which means I'm out of tea.
Let's move on.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
Let's move on.
Anyway,
you're right. Only I have the power to stop this from continuing. And
with great power comes great
responsibility.
I could only think of Kermit the Frog with that meme from that line.
What?
What?
My little Spider-Man reference makes you think of Kermit the Frog?
No, there's a Kermit the Frog meme where he says that. Like it was like a guy made a fan made animation of it.
Patrick, you can talk about how you caused emotional damage to the audience, and then you go and talk about fucking Kermit the Frog.
Emotional moment. Kermit the Frog. Wait a second.
The most painful cutscene is starting, and we're just talking about Kermit.
I don't want to talk about this scene, man. It hurts.
I mean, there is that little shot of him jumping off a building, right?
Because not using power responsibly.
It makes me so laugh.
There's one.
Nox gets the reference. Thank you, Nox.
Angry mom.
And Fred Devotion stops him.
Devotion? What are you doing?
Don't listen to him, Your Honor. He's just confused.
Record scratch freezes.
Trying to protect his mother.
And this is the one Jikro track in this episode.
Yes, this is Fair's Desperation.
Yes.
Yeah.
This was his debut in
This is his debut.
our lovely musician team, and it was wonderful to have him.
Oh my
Jared's
god.
Marino. Amazing.
I'm just saying.
Jared's
like the three of us making music. You're
Ruin
not
with people's emotions.
oh.
That's okay, you know. That's what my job is.
That is indisputable.
The day that Jik joined the team, Jared immediately pinged me because he knew that I am.
You know, I'd been literally talking to him for like several weeks, saying, "Hey, you know, we were talking about bringing him on board. We were just, you know, doing some onboarding and testing and stuff." So I knew he was going to join for a while. I just kept my mouth shut.
Yeah. By the way, placeholder with the $2. Thank you so much. I love it when someone's soul controlling start to break. Yep. Look at Fair Devotion right now.
Speaking of, this was actually... I tried messing with my gain. I tried many different things. The only way I could make the yelling not, clip was I had to actually stand back like a foot from my mic.
What are we supposed to do? The only thing we can do.
That was literally the only way. Because otherwise, if I edited my gains enough that it wouldn't clip, it just would sound ridiculously different from all the other lines. So I was like, alright then. Oh, and that line. What do you want? This one,
These are great.
I recorded this with Pat next to me as sibling bonding, and I have a thing that I move my hands and gesture when I do my lines. I'm a very hand gesture person, and I apparently actually scared him. Like he actually like shifted away.
Yeah, for quite a bit of the latter half of Case 2, 2-9, I was there with Katie when she recorded, and I got to experience the emotional damage live, and that was fun.
Front row.
Yeah.
Yeah, you nearly hit me with your hand as well during that line, so that's why I was shifting away.
What do you want, smack?
I think we wanted a pause here.
James, you wanted to mention something.
So everyone probably already can see that Athena saying Alonzi is a Doctor Who reference. It's probably the one that everybody knows because it was actually in MLP.
Doctor Who.
There are actually two. Yeah, there are actually two other Doctor Who references in this final trial. I've seen a few people mention the first one. It's when in 2.8 when Luna is saying something to Athena.
It's the
I'm not going
resolution
to
line,
repeat
right?
it. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And the final one is later on in this episode. I think there's one person has seen it and noticed that it was a Doctor Who reference. What's interesting is that all three of them are from different eras of the show. The one from Luna is when the show was in black and white in the 60s. Private Eyes is like in 1970s from some, and Athena's is in the modern show with David Tennant. That wasn't planned, it was just sort of happened.
Just made sense.
I like Doctor Who. What can I
For the
say?
record, if you see any Doctor Who references, that's James, like, guaranteed, because I've never watched Doctor Who.
What does Alonzi even mean?
It's
what does it mean, James?
It's
French for
it's French. It's French for "let's go."
Oh.
I like that because it's both
Which
a
is-
Doctor Who reference and also just an Athena character thing of she says things in different languages.
Oh yeah, she knows a lot of European languages, so that works out.
Yeah.
Alright. I think that's that.
That's all you gotta say?
Alright.
Like, yeah.
Okay. To the pain!
Here we go.
I respect a lot the team for creating all these Moon Matrix assets.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Soundman for the Moon Matrix itself.
Royal Order is falling asleep after a rough night on the town.
It's true.
But yeah, shout out to Soundman for not only putting this together, but also animating this.
Yes. All hail Soundman.
Yeah.
This is
that
right
little
here.
bit right there. That little bit right there is his idea.
Yeah,
that
that was
making like a highlight
was
effect, right,
making-
and then bringing him closer.
Yeah.
Like,
It's like
in
a
the script it says we want a cursor, but like that was stupidly mechanical.
Too much work.
Not
Too much
you know,
work.
So just creating
I
an
think-
effect and then bringing the character forward, that made more sense. And
It's
also
I think
it's visually more impactful than a cursor.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah, and I think it really hurts too because, especially since the line is just trying to protect the one who really killed Royal Order,
They provided false evidence and testimony, which
then have turning be highlighted. Just
Hey.
pain.
Hey, it's trick reasoning.
I mean, it is, but it's also pain.
No, I meant the song is trick reason. That's the name.
Trick reasoning, yes. Custom track.
Oh.
Was this song part of the original plan, or was it that when this part was a little too quiet?
I think the original track, always iffy this one. We were always iffy, like me and Joel, on this one. So we just went with trick reasoning. It's pretty much become the go-to.
Well, I'm glad that it
It's
has
very,
lots of
it's very, what's the word? Works very well in a lot of scenes.
That's going to be difficult to prove.
Something I've noticed for the Moon Matrix in 2.9 is that Athena doesn't, a lot of this stuff, she figures out either with internal dialogue or talking with Twilight, like in this case. That seems to be something that happens because the way Ferris doesn't want the truth to come out. Is that it? Or am I just over-interpreting things?
Well, I think it's a valid interpretation. I always took it as this is just the natural way to play off Athena in this particular situation. But I would encourage you to follow that interpretation because I think that's actually a really interesting one. I wouldn't have thought of that.
There's something important that applies here.
Yeah, because in other Moon Matrix, I feel she interacts more with her quote-unquote patient. But in this case, she knows her patient doesn't want to cooperate, so she's working all this out in her head or with the one she has at her side.
Yeah. Also,
Anyways, the double jeopardy clause.
Yeah.
Something that a lot of people
We can talk about this.
suspected. So, please explain yourself, James.
Yeah, like you said, people did see this come in because, well, they remember what happened in 2.4, that Tony was proven innocent. I also saw some people saying that this isn't how double jeopardy works, which is true. That's completely correct. But this whole Mood Matrix thing wouldn't be happening in a real life court of law to begin with. We're not following actual law. This is Ace Attorney, almost parody law. Where it's sort of like its own in-universe sort of rule of law, where they just take things from all sorts of different countries.
It's a very simplified interpretation of certain legal procedures. Evidence is the most egregious outlier because, in a rule of court of law, evidence is handled very differently. You don't wait. It's always, available. Obviously, in Ace Attorney, mechanically speaking, you can't do that until you just got to go find the evidence yourself, or it gets uncovered during the trial. You never really do updated autopsy reports because that's just questionable. And the double jeopardy clause, as I understand it, it's a lot more nuanced because law is always very nuanced. But in the Ace Attorney, it's a little simpler.
Yeah.
For the sake of allowing the games to be beaten.
Yeah, there's just no real nuance to it. There's, I think the furthest they've gone with any sort of nuance to it is probably evidence law in Rise from the Ash is only in that case. And, you know, even then, it's just... sorry, what were you going to say?
I was going to say that not only Ace Attorney... we're not just interpreting that Ace Attorney would do Double Jeopardy this simply. We know it does it this simply. Since we have at least one instance of Double Jeopardy coming to play in
case 2 of Trials and Tribulations.
Comparisons to that case because of what happened with, you know, it being 2 cases in one and someone being arrested in the lobby after the case came to an end the first trial.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
So, does that?
Is that all?
How much to 2-9?
Oh yeah, there is.
Yeah.
Alright.
But we're halfway there!
We're getting there.
Double Jeopardy.
We're halfway there.
Whoa.
He couldn't be banished? That's great! Hold it!
What's aggressive hold it?
Fair devotion?
I can hear you over there, you know.
I like that. I like that reaction.
Wait.
I have ears.
Wait a minute. The witness can interrupt the conversations of the defense?
Are you listening? Do you really think Double Jeopardy matters in the slightest?
It does. If Turning were to confess to killing his father, he wouldn't be punished for the crime.
This is a zero-time dilemma track.
In the court of law, but in the court of public opinion, you might as well hand him the elements to banish himself to the sun.
Moral dilemma, which I think is quite fitting.
And the cult who got away with it. There's no
Everything about this case is a moral dilemma, dude.
Yeah.
And hey, something about this. There was no resolution to the mood matrix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was outright stopped with first outburst there.
They wouldn't be able to help either. On account of the 2 of them also being punished.
I think that's just how interesting this whole thing is with the mood matrix. Like how far Fair is willing to just completely stonewall Athena.
There's always a chance a family would be willing to.
Yeah.
How much of a chance, though? You said it yourself. Turning will forever be tarnished by the accusation that he killed his father.
Which was your fault. If you hadn't accused him in the first place.
It doesn't matter if it's my fault or yours.
Like that too, of like, you know, at this point you can throw around, you know, the blame as much as you want, but no matter what, Turning's gonna always be accused of killing his father.
Yeah.
I am willing to admit what I have done will irrevocably hurt Turning. That will haunt me for years to come.
Yeah, it's just there's no good outcome. It's just time to just face up to things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only good outcome would have been if Fair actually let her son admit what happened.
Yeah, if that had been done,
against the stigma of public perception.
This whole tragedy wouldn't have escalated like this.
I like
But I can also understand perfectly why she did that.
I like how this case is relatively simple, except for the fact that there were just so many moving parts. There were so many people in the forest, and all of them were covering up evidence or trying to cover up what they were doing. And, like, the actual murder itself is pretty straightforward. But there was just so much going on in the forest and so much cover-up that it became ridiculously complicated.
And hey, we wanted to try and modulate it and make it so Athena talked in this part with her looking down, like she used up all of her energy.
Diva.
But that couldn't be done, so unfortunately that wasn't. We couldn't pull that off. But still, with New Blinking, that worked out pretty well, I think.
We can't back away from this anymore. You can't be serious.
She's right, Miss Devotion.
And hey, Al.
You got something to say this time.
I sure am. I have 2 things to say, actually.
Ooh.
First off, in this scene, we did something interesting with the panning. Usually, whenever a character talks, we pan to them. But in this case, now that we have both Sugar Stamp and Private Eye speak up in Athena's side, while Fair reacts desperately, we instead are focusing first on Sugar and then Private Eye, while Fair reacts off to the side. I think it adds a pretty good effect to this part. What doesn't add a good effect to this part is those stupid fucking smiling ponies in the background. That's been a big problem throughout case 2. Just having these strong moments, these characters doing terrible things, confessing terrible things, and we have these fuckers smiling over here like, oh, this is so much fun!
I think...
could you go back a little when we were planning to Sugar Stamp?
Alright.
And now, even those fuckers on the right anything agency are smiling. Look at this, she's fucking excited!
Even those fuckers.
At least,
Dude, can you blame them? It's Ace Attorney, man. It's so exciting.
At least we fixed one of the major problems we had in 2.7, that we had some of the main 6 and CMC smiling. That was inexcusable.
Yeah,
so now at least they have more fitting expressions, but we still have those smiling cycles in the background. We've already talked about this for case 3, so we should be avoiding this from here on out.
It's so funny though.
From now on, in future cases, every single gallery person will be in utter depression.
And they'll be in despair pose.
They're all gonna be like, what is it? I'm trying to think about like over exaggerated shocked poses, like them like mouths agape.
It's
all of the gallery pony. Yes, yes, that's it. Yes.
So, so you good? You good with this point then? All right, here we go.
That's
Let's
all I
move
wanted to say.
We can't back away from this anymore.
I heard cooing. Why are we cooing?
Oh, that my cat's here now.
Oh my god, it's a cat.
Oh, more
Invasion
cats.
of the cats!
Our babies!
On the keyboard,
cat.
please. These guys took so long to set this up.
Oh no.
It was all in order to protect your son from the truth.
All right, so if you leave the call, we'll know it was because our cat.
The true culprit all along.
Protect your son. He knows that this is the right thing to do. And it is. Enough lies have been woven. Enough pain. Enough grief.
I love Pretzel's performance here.
No.
Diva. Let's stop hurting ourselves once and for all. For Royal Order and for Turning Page. I
Mom?
Turning?
It's okay. I knew since that night that this was bound to happen. And I'm okay with that. I'm not afraid. Thank you for trying to protect me. But it's time to it's time to face the truth.
Oh.
Oh.
I
Goodbye, background. I'll miss you.
Now, before we get to see the rest of that, Peeps, you got something to say about this.
I think she literally just appeared.
Wow, such fitting music.
Yeah, can you go for the next track?
Fine, next track. Get out of here,
Next
Maya
track.
Fey.
Maya Fey.
It's like Maya's just like happiness.
Peeps?
Yeah.
Her parents. Hey!
parents.
Hey, Pretty's parents! Could you let her talk to us for a few minutes? Come on.
Please.
Come on, parents.
So in the next episode of Elements of Justice, why do we have
I can announce
457
that I-
auditions? What the heck?
I can announce
How
that I
many
have
do
a
we
baby.
have right now?
Quite a few.
Let's take a quick moment to check the casting call and see how
Sure,
many auditions. 458.
Oh, case 3. Oh, case 3.
Oh, man.
Why do I have 117 notifications?
That's a lot.
Oh, gods.
And they're all for overall.
Oh my
god.
I guess it's not really a spoiler because it's a casting call. You guys can just go to the casting call and see who's gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can literally just go to.
It's all there.
Go listen. If anyone wants to voice act for case 3 and beyond, please go to the casting call. I'm linking it.
You
right
have
now.
until the end of today, June 10th, 2023.
I'm linking it right now.
I think Pretty is back, by the way.
Go. There you go. Oh, there she is.
Audition and
I gave her some debt.
Corpse.
So yeah,
Okay.
peeps. This breakdown, please.
Yes. I'm going to ramble for quite a bit about animation, one of my favorite things. So, last DC, I talked in depth about the process of animation. Well, I'll take some time here to explain what I did with Fair. I'm not necessarily going to go in depth as I did with Sweetie's breakdown. So if you're curious for more details, do go and watch 2-8 DC. So instead, I want to talk a bit about what it's like working in Animate. Working with...
Uh-oh.
Yes, we're talking about the devil himself.
Oh dear.
Everyone brace yourselves! Horrors are unimaginable.
I'll participate as much as possible.
I'm gonna hide in the bunker, BRB.
Working with Fair was much different than Sweetie. Where Sweetie required me to create a couple new faces, I had to do that with Fair, but also mess around with her stick and give it a new set of poses. The stick is a separate rig with different parts for every section. That's what allows for the opening animation you see. In order to make my life easier and not individually bend every section, I used the warp tool to make that particular frame a solid vector image and then bent it in the middle. The break requires me to go into the individual section and create a new pose of sorts, separating that section and adding a break mark where the natural snapping point would be. It sounds simple enough, but the truth is, in animation, nothing is ever so simple. The reason is we're working with programs, and programs are dumb. To quote my college 3D teacher, Maya, an animation program for 3D animation, hasn't worked since 2011. It's true. Working with Maya, it's terrible sometimes.
It's amazing that My Little Pony existed at all.
I know, oh my god, it's just amazing.
Glue and grit.
It really is.
Maya animation haunts my nightmare.
It should.
Literally, I accidentally opened it today. I accidentally opened it today on this computer, and Pat can testify that I immediately went, no!
Was I in the other room and I heard you scream, or was I in the room with you when that happened?
You were in the room with me.
I actually had a model where the gums just went completely black for no reason. We just had to get rid of them for the one little shot. It was amazing.
Yeah.
No idea what happened.
Both me and Overgrowth experienced Maya pain. Don't go through Maya pain.
Oh my gosh. Anyways, there's usually going to be some complication you can't account for, at least in my experience. Animate is pretty bad. Well, it served its purpose back in the early 2010s for its easy, cheap animation capabilities. It's since been abandoned for the most part in favor of Toon Boom by larger studios, a more versatile, if more complicated program. While Animate's simplicity makes it a great introduction tool, it has nothing compared to the finesse that Toon Boom provides. Simple doesn't mean easy. I'd like to start by talking about the stick bending. When animating this, I was still fairly new to anime and learning aspects such as warping, which was used in bending the stick. When I was learning to use it, we realized that the warp tool had changed between versions, as some of us worked on different versions. Aside from us learning the new mechanics together, warping caused the stick to turn into a bitmap, not a vector. Bitmaps are images created by a arranged grid of differently colored pixels. This isn't a problem when viewed from afar, but when viewed up close, it appears blurry. Vectors are instead made up of points, lines, and curves based on mathematical equations. Unlike a bitmap where it needs to be viewed from afar, vectors can be zoomed in as much as you want while still maintaining a smooth image. Thus, the stick becomes a blurry bitmap was a problem. We eventually figured out the settings of the warp tool, turning the stick into a vector instead, as it should have. Another problem that came up while animating was the broken stick. To break the stick, I had to physically go into the rig and separate the section as I explained. This led to an interesting situation. If I was to animate it separating, I'd have to go into the rig and create a whole set of unique frames inside the rig by manually moving each side inside the rig itself. A process that'd take time and finagling. Time I didn't have. One solution I could have done was to duplicate the stick rig and delete the opposite half for each side, allowing me to tween, but that would make the file bigger, which isn't ideal, and more of a mess inside the rig itself. Instead, I did what animators do best: cheat. I came up with a more creative... You laugh, but it's true. We cheat for a living, and I will not hear otherwise.
It's the only way to maintain sanity.
Exactly.
It's what you gotta do. You gotta cheat to cheat.
It's all about cheating. It's how can we trick the audience in the best way that doesn't kill my sanity. I came up with a more creative and dramatic solution by using a white frame, which I had appear in full for the first frame, and had slowly fade out to simulate a freeze frame effect. Doing this another 2 times, and you get a faster, more dramatic stick break. That was about it for the big roadblocks I faced. Now about the thought process behind the animation. Fair's theme is control. She's a mayor who has to have full control of the room and all within it. The story, the atmosphere, the information, what is and isn't given, whatever it takes to save her son. More than just a mother, it makes sense for someone with the career of a teacher to know how to control a room, hold attention, convey information. Throughout the trial, Athena slowly destroys Fair's story and whittles her control away. Eventually leads to everything unraveling and her ultimately losing. Only when her son turns against her, Sugar, Private. It doesn't matter if the court was, the public, but when every piece on her board falls, she falls. Usually in Ace Attorney, this would lead to a bombastic breakdown. The expectation was to see Fair move about in frustration, make her stick would follow and bend more dramatically as she moved. To end, she may rear up in an dramatic, angry face as she whipped her stick around, the last slash breaking it. This isn't a typical Ace Attorney breakdown. Fair isn't a typical witness or perpetrator. She's a mother, desperately trying to save her son. He may have been saved from banishment, but his reputation, his innocence, possibly his future? Everything she sacrificed, the pony she cared for who got lost in the crossfire, it's all falling away in this moment. A mother watching as all she's done to protect her son be destroyed. Helplessly watching, knowing that there's nothing more she can do. No way she'll be able to be there for him in the thick of the aftermath that's sure to come. There's nothing satisfying about that. That's the true heart of this case. Tragedy. And this breakdown is the culmination of that. Unlike Sweetie, thumbing isn't required. It's a fairly simple animation, done on purpose, so we'll see it when it comes up. I'm just going to explain basically what I thought about while I was making it. I didn't want anyone to be satisfied. I didn't want it to be grand. What you see is a mare in control. Snap. She's going to hold control until the bitter end, until the tears can't be stopped. Head angrily bowing, body stiff, the stick bending more with every beat until it inevitably breaks. Slowly, in a split second, memories of everything up to this point playing through her mind, wanting to know what she did wrong. How did she lose? How did she fail? And finally, the reveal of the tears. The first time in this whole case we see Fair's careful guys fall away to the truth. A broken, desperate mother and widow who tried everything to save what little was left of her family. Despite everything, she ends up alone in the end. She always knew this was going to be, because she didn't want it to be like this. her son taken to be put on the same path as her husband, who was slowly being taken away too? Isn't that cruel?
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Chat,
Wow,
give a round of applause for Pretty.
A round of applause.
Hail Pretty.
Oh, hail Pretty.
Yes,
Oh,
see, that will catch on more than what you guys were saying about me. So,
I'll hail Jared.
Say Pretty. Is this all stuff that you think on while animating, or is it something that kind of comes as you're working on?
It's definitely something I think about before I go in, because it's usually good to have some kind of plan in mind, but things do develop as I go. Like I said, the white fading thing came later, and I realized how much better that worked for the moment, at like the slow motion of just everything finally crashing onto her.
Impressive. Very, very impressive.
Oh yeah, just like anything. It's a mix of everything, a bit of pre-planning and a bit of in the moment. But can I make this hurt more?
That's what all of us are basically thinking.
Each of us put in a lot of thought to the A tier stuff we want to bring. I think is a nice way of putting it here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Julius, that better count as a nice thing I said, because that technically applies to me.
Hi, Julius, by the way.
Hi, Julius.
Hi, Julius.
Hi, Julius.
Good to see you.
All right.
Is
Let's go.
that all you're gonna say?
Oh yeah, pretty much. I don't know how much work you really add that the visuals don't.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. I did not fade that at all, but whatever. Let's watch the entire breakdown in full. For full effect.
By the way, these sound effects are from Investigations too.
Yep.
James, I think you grabbed them?
Yeah, they're all from Sebastian de Best with his baton.
I loved how they did the audio for this too. It's just silence.
No, this line specifically, well, one, the notes in the script were quite literally like, this is a quiet breakdown. I also am very, very, very proud of that line. And there's a fun story. Is again, Pat was here live, and I think he thought I was genuinely crying. There's a video that exists out there of me like doing this line, like crying and all that. And then Pat's like, are you okay? And I immediately pop up like, yeah, that was so fun! It's great.
Yeah.
Your mother and I were so worried.
Like she was leaning, like her head against her hands, leaning against the coffee table, and I was like, "Are you okay?" And she popped up with the biggest smile on her face.
You created a monster by telling her to be a voice actor.
No regrets.
Yeah.
They arranged to meet in the forest by the castle.
Just casually slide Katie $2. Cry.
So I went with her to
Hey, said you do anything for money.
and to make sure the deal went smoothly.
I never said that.
I said that. I took Julius's line because he's not here.
Yeah. I just let her go off on her own. Besides, I wanted to teach those blackmailers a lesson.
A lesson?
The chat was so tense during this whole flashback.
I know, this was Serenity, Comet Tail's first chance at, attempting real voice acting. I think you did great.
Your sword. It's broken.
Yeah.
I think Jared and I added more dialogue for Royal Order so that Serenity could actually, say more than just one or two things. And also just add to Royal Order as a character.
Royal Order is funny because he's dead, so he has very little characterization.
Yeah.
Because this moment is it is the confession.
Yeah.
It makes sense to dramatize it and
Have I let him back?
What's really interesting about this is Royal. This is from Royal's perspective. So how did Attorney hear any of his thoughts? And that is technically a break in logic, and like that isn't supposed to happen. But the point was to create the so dramatic, the knowledge. Even if Turning and Fair technically would never know what Royal was ever thinking, there is a kind of intimacy that is created when you break the convention of a narrative in this way and show that the thoughts of a character whom you technically should not be hearing.
Yeah.
You also don't want to make another rig.
Wait a
for
second.
Royal Order.
That is weird, and yet it works dramatically.
This is my fault.
Yeah.
How do I even begin?
And hey, that fake out swing, I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you write
People got scared.
Yeah, was that the plan? Was the plan to scare people into thinking, oh, that's a kill shot? Or was that just a fun coincidence?
James, I don't remember. I just remember we put that in.
I don't think we intended it for people to be scared that would be the moment, no. I think it was just a thing that happened.
I think we're just trying to show that Turning is just gonna, swing his sword because he's turning page and he swings his sword.
Yeah, I also didn't expect that, so seeing the chat's reaction was juicy.
Two sides.
What do you mean?
Look, son, there's
Side to side.
going on in the world right now.
Oh gosh, darn it.
This
moment.
this scene hurts.
This scene is so painful.
It's just
might
pain.
Be better if you focus on something less risky, for the time being, of course. Though that would mean
Music again is from Hotel Dusk's sequel, Last Window, and it's Silent Tears.
was a bit of a sore topic for you, but you do have.
I think this one's actually a remix as well.
What about joining the Royal Guard?
I really
I'm not saying
love
you
your
can't,
guys'
just that
usage
You
of
should wait.
Last
Have some
Window.
patience.
You guys did a really good job of choosing music.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is literally like Turning's world falling apart in front of him, in front of his eyes.
Not by a long shot.
Yeah, I always intended to use this track for Turning during this moment, and I'm glad that I managed to actually do it.
I save ponies and hurt those who want to do bad things.
Oh yes, the chat
This was
went
just
absolutely
such a.
nuts.
That's my point, Turning.
This was just such a terrible flow of events.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to say that this was like, a bunch of coincidences that led to a horrible outcome. Like, it just happened that he had weak knees. It just happened that he was in front of, the pointy statue. It just happened that they had that argument right there. But
It just happened that Fair wasn't there to see what was going on.
yeah, like it was a bunch of coincidences that led to the absolute worst outcome.
Yeah, and that kind of makes it hurt more. Oh, and that just brings me to mind. Turning's last memory of his father's words will be this argument between them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come home all that often.
No closure.
Much to your mother's disappointment.
Your job?
God, we suck.
Everyone sucks in this case.
Come on, James. Own
No,
yourself.
I like how this is, it is a murder. Like, it wasn't meant to be a murder, but it also wasn't exactly it's like a line between a murder and an accident.
It's manslaughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mare slaughter.
Mare slaughter.
Stallion slaughter. Oh,
Well, manslaughter
here
applies
it
to
is.
men and women.
There it is. Oh.
Yep. That's still.
God, that animation hurt.
That Nat 20.
What you say?
Getting that Nat 20.
That's disgusting. How dare you?
Turning.
Listen, you can get on my ass when we get to seed 7. Let me cope.
Get on your ass?
No.
Moving on.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
But yeah. So, the first of two stills that broke the audience's heart. I am sorry for contributing to the damage. But yeah, so this was actually one of the earliest stills that was made for 2.9, and geez, just getting the moment right was tricky. I will say that much. I had to reference the script a few times just to make sure all the details were right, because this is the killing moment. But yeah, so making this hurt, but at the same time, I appreciate that this was just used only once in the episode. And James, you had something else to talk about this as well.
No, that was me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Actually, could you move over to Turning's direction?
Yeah.
This music is so unfitting.
Are we still playing the music?
No.
All right.
Yeah. Right
now
here.
This. Two things. This artwork wasn't originally created as a steal. I think it was Corey number 2 who made this artwork. And it was
No, it wasn't This isn't Corey number. This wasn't Corey number 2. This was Pink.
Pink. All right. Yeah. Pink created this one, and it just worked so well that we had to introduce it to the scene. And another thing, when 2.9's script was released, we actually had, well, at least me and Al had talked about potentially making Turning's reaction after hitting his dad into a cutscene. Maybe could have been done if 2815 had gone a little smoother, if the cutscene team had been more settled in.
Go on.
Remind us.
But I hope that now that things are starting to settle in, we could create more moments like that in future.
I would love to, honestly.
Yeah, because imagine this moment as a cutscene, that would have been even stronger.
I feel you just want more pain.
It's already as painful enough as a still as it is.
Yeah.
Like, I understand the angle of a cutscene, but I think just the one still image of horror is enough to
more
convey.
Than enough.
Yeah, way more than enough.
But also another thing to note, this was also where we started to transition to have other artists to create the art stills, because, I mean, there was just so much to do and so little time. So we started to reallocate the work to other artists to do the art stills. And they all came out really great. Shout out to the artists.
One thing I think does actually work better is I really did like seeing in this episode a whole bunch of stills that are in different art styles. I just like to see it.
All right, I'm done, and it seems that we talk about everything we wanted to here.
Yes.
You done too, Shannon?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's go.
Yay, let us be going.
Dad?
Shout out to Optics.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to
Optic.
Especially since I don't think Optic would never have known that he would become the culprit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember he came to a call one day and he said he read 2.8 and then 2.9 later on, and then he goes like, "Oh my god, Turning," and then right after he goes like, This writing is so good," and we all just laughed.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe my eyes. I thought you would somehow be fine.
It was a crazy joke.
Really expected it, but there are a lot of hints to it throughout the case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Case again.
I like how it's, not a complete surprise. It's one of those things that you don't see coming, but it makes sense once it happens.
It's more so like a confirmation of what happened.
Yeah.
It's something. It's a truth that you didn't want to believe, but the moment you put the pieces together, it's like he did it. He did it.
Yeah.
And that was when I came rushing back. Honestly,
I purposely tried to make, after this point in time, Fair sound tired and defeated for the rest of the episode.
I'm guessing it was the claim that got you to turn.
She's lost.
That's right.
And she's just tired now.
A defeated mother.
What the? Turning page?
I had to trace all that blood too.
It was an accident. I swear. I just got so
Wow.
angry.
Optics performance here, man.
Oh yeah. It was...
Yeah.
Honey, just
He's a real talent.
Mhm.
Seriously.
We love you, Optic.
Is there anything we can do?
no. He's already gone.
No.
That crying was an idea that came during polishing. We needed some transition from the reaction of Royal really being dead to turning confessing. And that really worked as a motivator.
It worked a lot.
Seeing his mother breaking down like that.
It's the right thing to do.
No. Please, just.
What does family ever do to us?
I'm
It existed.
so grateful you're
Don't worry. We only have
You brought
another.
it into existence, Al. What did it do to you?
Yeah, why did you do this, Al?
Don't worry. We only have 3 more to go.
Well, listen. I wanted a sequel to Turnabout Storm. That's what happened.
Royal wouldn't want that.
Oh, Optic's in the chat. Hi, Optic.
Oh, hi, Optic.
Not throw it all away because
I remember when everyone was. I remember the whole how everyone was hoping this wouldn't be like another accidental death, like where no one is really responsible for the death. And the first time we do it, everyone was like backpedaling so freaking hard.
It's like, you know, the meme of like, you know...
Oh, fuck, go back!
Fuck, go back!
I remember during like the premiere chat, I typed in, and even everyone while we were watching the premiere, everyone in the call was like, no, don't type that. But I did anyway. I said in the premiere chat like, oh, you said you guys did say you wanted a real murder, right? And then everyone was like, not like this.
Yeah, also, credit where credit is due. Serenity was the one who suggested making Turning the actual killer, right?
That is true.
That was Serenity's decision. Yeah.
It was. Yeah, because it was Fair Devotion in Al's original, 2016 script.
Yep. It was Fair Devotion who was actually the killer, but Serenity said, make it Turning. And then put in like Double Jeopardy as a part of it too. Like that decision to switch the culprits from Fair Devotion to Turning Page just made this case so much more tragic. Like it's I personally think that's the most important writing decision done with this case.
But this time,
You all can blame Serenity for the pain.
Hey, over here, speaking of the script, over here we had a bit of a conundrum since we have 4 witnesses talking back and forth, changing between them, and there wasn't a clear picture of how they should be distributed. So us as editors, we had to figure out how to better have 4 characters speaking back and forth and group them in a way that makes sense and doesn't become a confusing mess.
I remember there being a lot of back and forth about that when this was in development. Yeah, like I think there was talks of maybe going Fair Devotion and Turning on the stand together, and Private and Sugar together, and then there were arguments of no, let's do the 3 conspirators together on the stand and then Turning on his own, because those are 2 different confessions. But ultimately, in the end, for this scene at least, it was the three conspirators and together and turning on his own.
Yeah, because something we wanted to do, something important, was to keep fair and turning separate until the very end.
Yeah.
It adds a lot to the drama of this scene in an unspoken way. That the only time we see both of them together on screen is in a future scene. I think I had talked about that with Jarvy, if I'm remembering correctly.
In terms of what exactly, if you could remind?
In terms of only having fair and turning on screen together at the very end, during their goodbyes.
I vaguely remember a conversation like that.
It took everything I had in me to avoid screaming.
I think what I ended up just suggesting, because I'm not a video editor, so I wasn't sure what was logistically viable, I said aim for efficiency without going overboard. If it'll be easier to have X number of characters on the screen in Y particular combinations, based on your experience and your own discretion, do it.
Yeah, I think
this is the last episode. I'm not willing to kill us over, this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think it worked out nicely in the end. How we organized this.
Yeah.
Still, for future episodes, we're avoiding another situation like this. Being very explicit on who needs to be on screen at which at certain major scenes,
but
instead of this kind of uncertainty that we had dealing here.
But Bruno, would you not love to edit what was in something like in Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright with the 10 guards?
Oh god.
Oh god.
That's such a meme. They just did not care.
I love how even at this point in the case, there's still these reveals happening.
This was a tricky moment to edit. Well, I wasn't editing, but during polish, something we wanted to focus on greatly was to carefully choose poses for turning so that he didn't come off as just a heartless schemer when talking about how he wanted to frame DT. Because at the end of the day, he wanted to frame DT because he was hoarding. This was all caused because of her own selfish whims. And I can see how a kid would be more than emotional during this.
I mean, a kid with as much sense of righteousness as turning can quickly turn that into self-righteous blindness.
Yeah.
For him, vindication becomes synonymous with justice.
And it becomes, a thing of him. It's easier to blame Diamond Tiara, because of saying, oh, if she hadn't blackmailed, Scootaloo, none of this would have happened. It's easier to, blame that than just admitting that it was a bunch of unfortunate circumstances, or even worse, that it was his fault, It's easier to blame someone else. And so, so doing that, and then also, having want to,
maybe talk to Diva later about everything
what happened after you teleported?
Train of thought went away. It's gone.
But
it left the station.
Oh yeah, and also, being able to help his mom out, the money thing.
Yeah.
I think
such a terrible moment.
I think I remember interpreting it as the whole of nights of the events are still turning is still not fully recovered from that because it literally just happened, and the entire case I think can be summed up with a lot of rashly made decisions on a whim, trying to do something.
To
cover their own, either cover their own skin or someone else's skin in that forest.
A simple murder with a complicated set of following circumstances.
Yeah.
Either Diamond Tiara or Scootaloo.
But we can still make it look like an accident.
It's too late for that.
2 ponies have already saved.
Oh, and I can't imagine how desperate Fern must have been when Turning said, "Oh, by the way, I accidentally teleported Dad and there are 2 witnesses now."
Yeah.
The only thing I'm waiting on now is if Diamond Tiara still ends up getting accused.
We'll discuss this later, Turning Page. For now, go home and wait for me to return.
So you were talking about all of this while at the statue, correct?
That's right.
Then that means this was what you heard while you were behind the statue. Right, Sweetie Belle?
Yeah. When I heard Turning say he killed his dad, I thought I could use that to help Scootaloo. I thought he'd confess immediately to save her.
Oof.
But you didn't.
Oh, yeah.
No. Maybe I should have. But
all those decisions that they made throughout the entire situation, like, it just made everything a lot worse.
I realized that
I think like if Turning really just if Turning was just allowed to like say like I did it, I messed up, I'm sorry, then maybe none of this would have happened. Maybe.
Hell, speaking of
maybe.
Yeah, speaking of making things worse. Once Turning was accused, became the defendant, and Athena took his defense, and Luna took the prosecution. His fate was sealed. He could never confess.
After all, you managed to get the both of
Luna wouldn't let him. And Athena was also desperate to save them both.
Mm-hmm.
She
at the time, neither of them would have allowed that to happen.
Yeah. If Turning hadn't been accused, maybe that wouldn't have happened. But again, maybe.
And because of that maybe, it's why Fair Devotion made the decision to make it look like an accident. Because of that maybe.
Mom told me about double jeopardy. And how admitting my guilt would
Yes, like Turning says, at every point in the case, he just felt trapped.
Yeah.
How ironic and how sad that the only choice you could make was self-destruction.
Confessing would make her efforts wasted. And knowing that, along with what Scootaloo might have to go through.
And yet it was arguably the right thing to do, which means was it even the right thing to do?
No matter if I confessed or not.
I think that's kind of the big thing, is that there's a lot of, if only this, what if this happened? But what really is the right thing to do? Was it really to let Turning say something?
I really do like how that was the big question of this case of like, you know, yeah, you uncovered the truth, but you hurt everyone in the process. Would it not have been better to just go with the lie?
And even then, it could be argued the other way, that what if they just didn't lie? Was it really worth it? All these lies really worth it? What did it really accomplish?
Yeah, especially since it's Athena on the other side. And she saw how all this could turn out if it had gone according to first plan.
I also... This was another where I definitely focused on making both of these characters sound so tired. Like, it's been a rough, day for both of them. And
oh my god, it has only been a day.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I don't plan
and
on telling any pony. But
also showing how these two are like genuinely such good friends. Like, I know everyone jokes about them being gay, and I am all here for the polycule. Fun story, when I was watching this with my friend, we were literally like talking about the logistics of the like family polycule. Anyways, but I do genuinely think, like, jokes aside, these two are really, really good friends. And I think I tried to highlight that here of, especially with Sugar, being willing to do anything to try to help them.
You want to take the blame for killing
And
Royal Order?
again, like, Fair Devotion here immediately saying, no. Like, I can't. I can't let you do that. Like, they care about each other. You know, despite the fact that Fair, you know, was seemingly so desperate to save her son, doing whatever it takes. You know, immediately said no to Sugar Stamp. It kind of, you know, goes against what happened with Private Eye. Like, with Private Eye, she was willing to kind of go to more underhanded methods of, you know, like, is this what Royal would have wanted? You know, I think it's because her and Private Eye weren't as close, while her and Sugar Stamp have this very, very strong bond. I love them.
She'd keep it in her home, as well as stay in Canterlot until
It's me and me.
The next day, we went to the trial to see how things played out.
I'm my best friend.
I also wanted
Like, say what you want about the narrative plot of Case 2. And I've said a lot about the narrative plot of Case 2, and I'll probably say more at the end of this director's commentary. The character dynamics are just
a clear turning of any suspicion.
so real.
Just one problem.
Yeah,
I think that's
the word for it.
I think that's what everyone, in my opinion at least, comes to any Ace Attorney related project for, is the characters. You come for the mystery as well, but you stay for the characters because they're what people latch onto, really.
Yeah.
I think it also speaks, there's a testament to the character's ability to endure analysis and rigorous reaction. Like, there's evidence of that because of the fact that there's been so many varied reactions to this case. Like, there are people saying, Fair was right, Fair was wrong, Sugar Stamp was right, Sugar Stamp was wrong, Turning was right, Turning was wrong, frickin' Scootaloo was right, Scootaloo was wrong.
Sweetie Belle was
that
right.
speaks to this case's ability to spread in that gray territory of narration and storytelling, which allows it to endure.
There aren't any clones in
If you can keep questioning to what extent, then that generally tends to mean that the story and the characters that you have created, there is a lifeness to them. They are approaching lifeness, and that is how you write good characters. It's not necessarily about motives, not necessarily about flaws. The goal, at least in my view when it comes to this kind of character writing, is to let the characters approach lifeness. And if you can get people asking that sort of question, and constantly wrestling with that, you've probably done something right. And I think for all of Case 2, we did something right with the characters.
Yeah.
I agree.
Hey, Overgrowth, about what you said before, when you mentioned about Fair and Sugar's friendship and how they came through in their scene, I can really tell that your performance as Fair, when talking with Private, comes out a lot colder than with Sugar. That's a great little touch.
Yeah, I definitely, because these two, aren't as close. It seems like Private Eye was more friends with Royal Order, and she is, while with Sugar, she was being completely honest. Here, she's, well, not lying, she's definitely being manipulative.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
She's willing to do what she needs.
She's a lot more blunt with him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She appeals to, in a way she appeals to Private's sense of justice.
Yeah.
Like, is not justice doing right by your former living friend? Yes, but also, if that justice is now being essentially corrupted for a falsehood, was that justice in the first place? Was that sense as just as you thought it was, if you could bow to that? Is it good that it can bow? Is it bad that it can bow? When you can ask those kind of questions, the convoluted nature of the plot fades away to the inherently complicated question that what is just in this entire scenario? And fans are still angry or upset and confused and questioning. But I think that speaks to how that theme allows a complexity to emerge that goes beyond the mechanics of a narrative.
Yeah,
and allows this particular case to become
since it appeared they knew what had happened
you
that
know,
night. I didn't know
to have an ethos, to have an aura, to have this preservation of theme.
And
I think it works really well that, unlike most Ace Attorney cases, while Fair is the antagonist, she isn't the villain.
What does she mean?
There is no actual villain in this case.
Well, Guard 2, apparently.
Yeah, apparently it's Guard 2. But,
God.
And that was that.
This, if I'm not mistaken, is also a Xenoblade Chronicles track, which you can thank Joel for, because he's a big fan of the series.
Nice. I also want to point out something that Serenity said in the chat of another thing that he liked including in this case was the crime continuing to occur while the investigations were happening. I think that was really cool, is that they were adjusting their story as the trials happened.
Athena.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Half of the crimes of, forging all the evidence, that didn't even happen until the first trial concluded.
How did you see past the lie?
Because your emotions told me the truth, Miss Devotion.
A new display of Athena as the perfect opponent for Fair, and for this the perfect defense for this case. The one that could see through the lies being created. The desperate mother's plan.
Just one more question, Athena, if you would permit me to ask it.
Go ahead, Miss Devotion.
She could see through the lies of a pony's words by listening to the emotions. As she said, her emotions told the truth. That's why she was the only one who could do it.
That's worth everything, I should think.
And this line, I love how it's delivered.
But what I mean is, if you had simply gone along with how I wanted things to progress, wouldn't things have ended better for all of us? You've torn through so much evidence and testimony, I'll grant you that. But what were you able to save? What made this worth the cost?
What made this worth the cost, indeed?
Did you do it? Yes. What did it cost? Everything.
Literally everything.
It did, though. It cost her so much. And for what?
To save a poor young called Psyche in the future.
Perhaps you all may have heard of it yourselves. Oh, what a tangled web we weave.
I've also never heard this saying.
Really?
Yeah.
It's in Apollo Justice. It's very famous from what I've heard.
God, what is that? I feel like it could be Shakespeare, to be completely honest. But it's so it's such an innocuous term. It's from a poem, most likely.
It's referenced everywhere.
Yeah,
sorry,
I've
everyone.
never
Let me throw
heard
my
that
literary head into the mix.
I heard the Mice and Men one. I hadn't heard.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave when we practice to deceive.
It does sound Shakespearean.
Really? Let me. You know what? I'm gonna look this up because I don't remember if it's Shakespeare or not.
I think we can all agree.
I actually didn't have to read that much Shakespeare in school.
Ah, Walter Scott.
We now know the full extent of
Sir Walter Scott, I should say.
I recognize the name. I can't remember anything he's written.
For the defendant, Sweetie Belle. It has been proven that she played no
1808, he wrote it in an epic poem called Marmion, A Tale of Flodden Field.
No, Your Honor.
So, a couple centuries after Shakespeare. Sorry, everyone, that's me throwing my literary head into the ring. You will find, as much. If you see a Doctor Who reference, that's James. If you find a literary reference, that's me.
Not guilty. Let
no
the confetti fly.
I edited the scene, and this was a moment I knew how it should play out the moment I assigned this scene. Because there's no way we could do confetti or anything here. This is a terrible not guilty verdict.
Before we adjourn, though.
And it's also why I had requested that shot of the courtroom with Sweetie Belle defeated. I wanted to highlight just how hard she's been through this.
and Miss Sugarstamp. Please see to it that they are taken away to be tried at later dates for their crimes.
Understood. It will be done.
No! Wait! This isn't fair! Every pony else is being punished for something that I did! Can I give up my double jeopardy thing in exchange for letting them all go?
I'm sorry, but no. Double jeopardy is absolute. You cannot be charged and convicted for that crime after having been previously acquitted. No exceptions.
But that naturally does not apply to other
Legal
crimes
experts are yelling right now.
What do you mean?
Don't start to lag behind after leading us towards this conclusion, defense.
They need to get into that Ace Attorney mindset, the grind
Thereby
set.
tampering with the crime scene.
It's fun. I remember joking with a friend and saying, in this case, we actually consider perjury a crime.
Yes.
It was like,
While Your Honor
wow.
is correct in reminding Turning Page of his immunity concerning his father's will. The same
It's a crime whenever the Ace Attorney writers want it to be, basically.
No, you can't! I won't let him go to prison after all this!
Calm yourself, Miss Devotion. I do not intend to lock Turning Page up and throw away the key. So again, calm yourself.
At least how many people have heard of that phrase,
have a
because it's
solution
very
that will please everyone.
innocuous.
You do?
What solution?
Mango!
I propose this.
Mango!
As punishment for the crimes he could be charged
What?
with, be enrolled in a boarding school for youths wishing
Wow.
to serve the crown.
This punishment for turning, basically,
In essence,
for all the things that went terrible throughout this whole the crime and the trials, this is best case scenario punishment for turning for everything
really
that's
is.
happened.
Yeah.
Does this satisfy all present?
But in a sense, it's purgatory because on the one hoof, oh my gosh, I get to learn how to be a royal guard. On the other hoof, school!
Yeah.
Specifically boarding school as well. Like, that's...
God, punishment worse than death. God. Boarding school? We are... People should be mad more about that than...
I remember the premiere chat. I think I remember pointing out someone going, "Fuck, send me to prison instead."
Yeah, no, I like how it's, you know, what Fair wants turning. Oh no, the music!
The Somnium Files music.
Oh, this is something that you want to say, Katie.
Oh yeah, I do have my point. So, earlier I said I was going to talk more in depth about crying. That's what we're here for today. Again, this episode especially was just a big kind of experimenting and learning how to cry, which sounds so weird. One of the things that I know I do when I cry, at least, is you basically have no air. You can't, you can barely talk without it just breaking. Now, obviously, since these are voice lines that are meant to be heard, you can't do the full effect of that because, you want to be audible. But some voice direction, a lot of it was just kind of purposely doing a lot of shallow breaths and then, being willing to let your voice crack. Which is funny because normally voice crack is the thing you want to avoid at all costs. But, I'm going to miss you more, turning. Like that. You have to, get rid of all your air, let your voice crack, and then also, frown while talking. And it makes for a very weird looking. I'm very glad it's not I'm very glad it's voice acting because I look like an idiot. But
I have to place a camera.
Oh no. But I think it was just, this episode was a lot of being able to experiment with my voice, being able to experiment with registers, especially, doing two characters of, while both of them have moments where they cry, and being able to have both of them cry while still sounding like themselves. And, it was a lot of just learning how to do that, the techniques for doing that. And though I never, before you ask, no, I never actually cried while recording these lines. You did not get a tear out of me.
Yeah, but you cried right before the stream, so I mean.
I didn't actually cry, I was just screaming.
Same thing.
Before the stream, I was preparing all my talk points and just like, ah!
Yeah.
But
like
no, I never actually physically cried. Which does make it also harder, because you're trying to simulate all the voice effects of crying without actually crying, because I can't make myself cry on command. I lack that ability. So it's basically a lot of it was just not breathing. Which is ironic because the other voice acting thing, it's like, make sure to breathe, make sure, your breath is super important. Here it's like, don't breathe at all. Ever.
Voice acting crying is basically going against every guideline for voice acting then.
Yeah, it basically kind of is, at least from, again, my experience with voice acting is very much drawn from singing, which also follows the same principle. Like, there are emotional songs that quite literally my voice teacher would tell me, you need to sing nasty. It's like, all those things of how to make your voice sound good? Throw them away. Like, you still keep your, presence and your air. So when I say don't breathe, that's partly true, but also not completely. I mean, at least with singing, you would need to keep your air because you're still singing. But, it kind of follows the same principles as, singing an emotional song of, other than, the air thing of just, make your voice sound nasty, let it crack, let it, because, what's more important is not how it sounds, but the emotions you're getting across. And for that, for me, it was just, not having air, letting your voice be ugly, crack, and, just really put yourself in the shoes of the character of, this was a mother losing her child. And as I said before, I really, really enjoyed Bear's lines. I enjoyed kind of making them whiny, was another thing with crying of like, oh God, it's to save me. Like that, again, that really just comes from don't breathe. But no, this was a very fun episode in kind of me experimenting with voice techniques. Partly through voice direction and partly through just experimenting myself. And for me, this was a really big episode for a lot of reasons. And that was one of the main things that was, a struggle for me, of learning how to do that. And once I got it down, having the most fun with it you can without that fun leaking into your voice.
And this is your first time voice acting, right?
This is my first time voice acting.
You
killed it.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't kill it. Turning Page did, but like
people voice acting once and then being amazing.
Ow.
You pretended you killed it.
Ow.
If he didn't say it, I would, guys. Come on. Don't listen. Listen. We are. You assume we have dignity. Come on.
Mango, save us.
Yeah.
Don't go be beating that dead horse.
But no, thank you. Yeah, this was my first time, so I will, I love Sugar Stamp and I love Fair Devotion, and I definitely think you can tell a difference in performance quality from, the early episodes to now. I definitely learned more about voice acting, developed my voices for them more, just got more comfortable with myself as well, and way less critical. I know when I first started doing my first lines, I literally spent an hour on the first line because I was, oh, mango. Oh, because I was so critical of myself. Like Pat can testify. I was doing it on his computer, and he was like, "Hey, you done yet?" And I was like, "I'm on the first line."
I remember as well when I had first tried to convince Overgrowth to audition because I was like, "Hey, voice roles are opening soon for Case 2," and she was like, "Yeah, I think I can't remember if it was me having to convince you or you saying, yeah, I'll give it a go." But it took you like quite a bit of time to like get the audition lines done because
I was very, very self-conscious of myself. I hated the sound of my voice. Now I can actually watch all of 2.9 and be proud of it. You know,
that's
like
great.
when the first episodes aired, I literally was like, when Fair Devotion and Sugar Stamp showed up in the first episodes, I was like, oh god, ew.
Everyone hates the sound of their own voice, I think.
But no, I think I actually feel proud of, like the voices that I've done at this point, and I think I did good with. I hope I gave these characters justice.
I think you did.
Absolutely,
you did.
You did great.
I think the fans. They're definitely pleased, to put it mildly.
I mean, they're crying, so I think you gave them justice.
I think you made the characters.
Sugar Step was not my favorite until you voiced her. I'll put it that way.
All right, shall we go on?
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Just voice acting journey.
Yeah. It is totally normal for like a voice actor to come in and just take everything the writers did and just completely amplify it. It's amazing.
Oh, scene 8.
Really is the most amazing feeling in the world to watch a voice actor take the words on a script and then just do more than you could have ever imagined.
Yes, turning.
It makes the difference.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh no, it's the seed.
Oh.
No!
You
The ribbon!
Didn't you? What is it?
Emotional,
Now,
damn it, and
James,
modifier
correct me
increased to
here,
10.
because it's been so long. This was in the original roadmap, right? Like this is not something we made up, or was it?
I think the whole thing with the ribbon. You mean in the roadmap for 2.9 specifically?
Yeah.
Once we reached it.
Yeah, giving it to Fair, like that was in it, wasn't it?
I don't know. It's been so long. I'm sorry.
So long.
Has to do something for some pony they care about. And you did
It works really well though. I think because if you think back all the way to 2.1 and 2.2, where turning means so much to him, and Twilight comments to Scootaloo how she was willing to give it up anyway.
Oh,
It just works really well.
Another pause. Oh yeah.
Oh man.
Of course you paused it on this moment, of course!
Of course.
There's so much to talk about. Go on, James. You can go first.
James?
No,
wait,
Bruno, you can go ahead.
Oh, you can go ahead, Bruno.
Correct. Well, this came out as an impromptu idea during editing, during the polish process. In particular, I was thinking, I don't know if just having the evidence graphic go from one side to the other would be enough to convey what we need to here. So I started the first draft with adding that little effect of the typewriter saying the usual evidence updated graphic saying Turnix Ribbon is given to Fair Devotion. And the reason I want to do that is because I consider that taking what's usually a very matter-of-fact, very simple visual effect that's used just to update evidence. Some people see that and see, oh yeah, evidence is being updated. Okay, sure. But I wanted to take that and use it to give an emotional impact. To highlight, to instead of just saying, oh, this happened, saying, oh yeah, this is what happened, and you'll feel it. And from that idea, James improved on it by proposing a proper evidence updating with first ribbon right there. I reached out to Al immediately to tell him, hey Al, I need you to create this.
You did say that.
Yeah. So then we added that, and it made this moment, sting so much more. It worked so well.
We truly are monsters. Every single one of us.
It's really interesting.
James, we need to stop.
I think it's really interesting because this is the only piece of evidence that's updated in this entire episode.
Yeah, and
it's
that
the only item of a
it's
court
the only
record.
one.
Yeah, and I think that
I remember we were getting comments like, "Where's the court record?" And we're like, "You don't need it.
No,
it's the only thing that happens."
You just let the moment sink in by itself.
Yeah, you don't need the court record to be up, to be provided.
In that way,
it's
at the end of the case, this is just for the
literally
field.
said you've torn through so much. There's nothing left except for this, and that's not evidence for the court to see. That's a gift.
Yeah. Basically, I love it. Thanks, James, for
James, we need to
giving
stop.
that idea to make this even better.
Thank you for giving me the idea for putting it on the screen.
And speaking,
I wouldn't have thought of it unless that text was there.
Speaking real quick, actually, something I forgot to mention when I was talking about the Athena trauma sequence. James also came up with an idea of having the Black Cyclops there with Athena because they weren't there originally before. And during polish, James suggested that. I was like, that could sell it so much better.
Oh yeah.
It's really
yeah.
How can we make it hurt? How can we make it hurt more? Can we just make it more painful?
Oops.
Thanks for the inspiration, guys!
Sorry.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say, so let's go on.
Yay! Let's move on.
Oh,
Meow.
Mango!
If
Meow.
only there was a way somebody could watch over you. I'm sorry, Diva. I wish I could. I really do. It's okay, Sugar Stamp. I can't possibly ask any more of you after all that's happened.
Private over here is thinking, man, I'm hungry.
Why are you like this? Could totally go for a Snickers right now.
I would like to make a request.
Snickers, Reese's Pieces. Look at his color scheme.
I'd like to personally see two.
Snickers.
Has made turning pages legal guard.
He's thinking about them candies from Nightmare Night.
This trauma reminds me of a puzzle.
Oh God. Professor Layton to the end.
This broken family reminds me of a puzzle.
As a sliding puzzle to fix a broken family picture.
This reminds me of a previous adventure I've had.
An arrangement given his involvement in this case.
I take it you mean my career may be over for good, don't you?
I cannot say for certain. There is certainly a chance, however.
That sounds about right, yes.
Playing here for Private Eye's Goodbye is what was at the time the credits for the final Professor Layton game, Azran Legacy.
After all. Yes, he made it look as if Sugar Stamp was
It's a cover, right? It's by Sam Young.
My orders. And Sugar Stamp was in on the whole thing. She knew the
Sam Young's cover of Surely Someday.
You all knew the
Sam Young is an amazing musician.
That, however, does not
Put it to you, and you were actually surprised that I showed you a Sam Young video.
Yeah, I was like, wow, okay, yeah, I know this guy.
Private.
Princess Luna is correct. I knew what I was getting myself into. And while I apologize for what I did, there's one thing I do not regret. Protecting Turning Page. That
Aw.
obviously doesn't help my situation. But I'd
Mango
like
is sensing the emotional damage, trying to come.
Yeah.
She's trying to cuddle me because she thinks I'm sad.
down a path.
This is a sad episode! Let her cuddle you.
His kindness to me is something that can't be repaid.
We stand Private Eye being actually a decent guy.
I know.
Private Eye, the decent guy.
Just like everybody. He's just trying to do the right thing.
I mean,
Yeah, all of them are actually decent people. No one's the villain.
No one can be considered a villain in this case.
Even Diamond Tiara, she never expected any of this to escalate like this. She just went the road of golden silk. Oh, hey, something that comes out a lot post verdict. Luna's very cold after the verdict. She hears Private Eye talking about wanting to do right to protect Jornik, and she still goes coldly defiant against him, if that makes sense.
No.
There's that final Doctor Who reference.
Not for me. I am least deserving of your tears.
God, Pretzel's so good.
Yeah.
So good.
Other voice actors are amazing.
All of our VAs are great.
I'll do my best.
We really all went out for 2-9, didn't
Oh, and this moment.
we went all out.
Yeah, I love having both her conspirators smiling there, giving her support in this painful moment.
Thank you.
I do believe then that should wrap up
Iceberg, dead ahead, emotional iceberg.
Will any
That's
further
hilarious.
arrangements be required?
If I may, Your Honor, I like.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Here it comes.
There's so much to say about all of this.
All aboard the field train!
Turning and Fair finally on screen together for the first time in the trial, and it's for their final goodbyes.
The first and last time they're seeing the same screen.
Yeah.
He's beautiful.
Oh boy.
That's actually true. We never had Turning and Fair together on the screen at the same time. Never until now. Not even in the other parts.
Yeah. Real quick, shout outs to Melody for the amazing art.
The baby one.
Yeah, Melody and Alicia. These two stills here.
I mean, now come on, he's old enough, right, son?
Yeah, this was also around the time we decided to do a universal art style for the stills.
Because I can't do it all by myself anymore.
Yeah, Jared and I kind of spammed this episode.
Because it was necessary.
Yeah, I'll just wait until the music kicks in.
Oh, I gotta talk. I mean, I forgot to indicate I want to pause on that. It's gonna be a quick. Can I indicate that I want to pause?
Yeah,
on this,
go ahead.
On that timestamp. Yeah, it'll be a quick one. You know, not too many things to go into.
Ever believed I could not have.
We are so fucked.
Would turn out to be.
We are so screwed.
Oh no, Jarvy's gonna talk about music again.
Don't worry, it's a shorter,
2 hours
I don't have too much I
later.
want to say about it.
This entire DE as like evidence against us in court.
Here, I guess, Al.
We're gonna get sued for damages.
Before the music,
Alright.
just a quick comment. That still was done last minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a mix-up in what stills we required, and that one wasn't among all the ones I got for that scene.
Oh no!
Not the music I thought.
Yeah, so
I can't control the playlist.
Yeah, so I messaged Shannon immediately, and I messaged Shannon and told her, "Hey, this isn't here. Where is it?" And Shannon was, "Oh, we forgot it."
It was never put on the list for some reason.
It just was forgotten.
I quickly put it together.
Even in production, there is always something going wrong.
Yep, every time.
Welcome to production, folks.
All right, Jarvy.
Right. So the song that is not playing through our stream, but the song that actually plays in this scene I'm not gonna get into too much detail because I am conscientious of the time, but I just want to say a couple of things about it because there is some relevance to its composition. This song is called Soldier On, My Fair Son. It should be very obvious based on the title alone what this piece is about. It's Royal Order talking to Turning Page and Fair Devotion. It is a song designed very much as a farewell to arms, farewell to life, farewell to the fancy of living and that kind of stuff. Fun fact though, this is old. I composed this in 2.2. Like back when we were creating 2.2.
Was it that low? Old?
This song is 2 years old. I have been sitting on this exact moment for this exact song for 2 years. And it is hard to convey just how vexing it was to know that I will never use this piece until we get through the end of the case 2, and then have to sit on it for 2 goddamn years, knowing that this is the moment that it will be used when they're all saying goodbye. So that was a fun time to compose that and realize that. And the best part was, when I composed it, I shared it with everyone on the team. No one really knew what I was doing with it. They just thought, "Oh, this is a neat piece, Jared. Good work." They didn't know that it was for this particular outcome. They probably should have because of the title and the name of it, but whatever. One other final point, I didn't want to keep this kind of short and quick. This song contains a lot of the same motifs across various Fair Devotion and Turning Page tracks. You get the mallet instruments from Fair Devotion. You get the horns that are supposed to represent, Royal Order. But you also get Turning Page's theme. It's very subtle, but the bass line played by the bass guitar, that's Turning's theme. And I've said in 2.1 that I'm not really happy with what I did with Turning Page's theme because it was my first. It is a little awkward. This is the last of it. Man, I feel like even though I composed it, after 2.2 and honestly before Fair Devotion's theme, its placement here almost thematically redeems Turning Page's theme. It's the last of him and of his family. And that's all I want to say about the music because we are killing time.
Yeah, we are 3 hours, 11 minutes in.
Yeah.
And
we're gonna pause again in another minute, so it doesn't even matter.
Yep. Have fun. All right.
It's
so we're done here.
important.
We're done for here.
All good.
NeoJDC.
Yep.
It's too nice. This has to be worth it.
It's gonna be a long one. Of course it would be.
Oh? I'll be a member of the Royal Guard in no time, Dad. I'll get to work alongside you.
I'm looking.
Mingo wants her moment.
But I know you have a good, pure heart. You are loyal to what you believe in and are willing to do anything.
Editing this scene hurts. Hurt.
At any cost.
I remember.
I swear, I almost felt like I was tearing it up at some points.
I remember you messaging on me on multiple occasions of you slowly dying.
What even words could allow.
I hope at least I feel
it's
like
the flashbacks.
Yeah.
Oh, we gotta talk about these, Jay. Did I ask to pause here? I guess I did. Sorry. All right. I'm gonna begin with an interrogation.
Yeah.
James, remind me because it's been so goddamn long. What was our separate ideas? If you remember. What I remember is I wanted flashbacks to parts of Case 2 and unseen parts, like this. I know you wanted flashbacks to parts of Turning Page's, life. So, all the young Turning Page and all that stuff. Is that still correct, or am I misremembering what we wanted to do? It's been a while.
You're right, yeah. You suggested having flashbacks. You brought some to the table, and I said, let's flashback to some bits we haven't seen about, him growing up with his mother and father.
And I think the reason why we did that was in the initial draft of scene 7, I remember I was just looking at it and I was like, this is missing something. Like, it just kind of ends. And I was like, you know what it's missing? It's missing that emotional payoff, that sense of finale. Even if this is the penultimate scene, this is the last trial of case 2. It has to have some sort of, a pathos to it. It has to be like a sense of closure, even if this is not much of a closure. So, then I got the idea, well, this is a case that's convoluted and it's messy, but it's all about this family. So maybe there are parts of this case that we haven't actually seen that we could include just to kind of frame it. There's that phrase again. I am a frame writer. This is my particular, storytelling method when it comes to stories. Everything is a frame. More on that in case 3. Whoops.
Spoilers.
Oh yeah, we wanted to do those two things, and I think James and I were initially worried about like, okay, which one do we want? Do we want to do flashbacks? Do we want to do new basically sequences? And then we were like, wait, we could probably just combine these two and basically do a kind of pinging and ponging, kind of setup where like we have, a cut to here's a part of the case 2 that you didn't actually see. Here's a flashback to something in turning pages past, and then we just keep going back and forth, bouncing and just seeing like, how does that work? And it worked really well, even in just script form. I feel that this particular moment enriched what was already a very long scene. You had all this build up and all these verdicts essentially about like what's going to happen next, and it was just kind of dragging just a little bit, but having these kinds of emotionally tense farewells between mother and son and framing it in almost like this panoramic view of this family, it really ended up making this scene feel so much stronger. And people yelled at me, so yelled at me and James, so I guess we did it a little too hard. Sorry.
You think?
I love it. As we joke about, you guys brought us all the pain. I do think this worked really well.
Oh, definitely.
Oh yeah. We just like to yell at them though.
It works really well because this is the only time you actually see them, all 3 of them, together in this family.
Yeah, this is the last time that you see all 3 of them together. Alive. So it hurts. Sorry everyone, but James and I wanted to do something special, and we said, you know what? It's a risk. It doubles the scene. We were worried about that too, but we figured this is a risk worth taking if it means having this emotional payoff.
You wanted to do something special, and you chose violence.
That is an unintentional side effect of wanting a drama to have emotional impact.
Drama to have drama.
Daisy.
The impact being our fists in everyone else's gut.
And then everyone coming back and yelling. Oops.
But that means you did a great emotional story.
It hurt people.
It wouldn't be yelling.
I was surprised how badly it hurt people. I think partly because we wrote this and sat on it, and so the emotional immediacy sort of faded because I kind of got used to the idea of this is what we have for this scene. I became desensitized, so it is a bit of a surprise, even though it really shouldn't be, for people on the team to come up to you and say, "Holy shit, what were you thinking?" And I'm just like, I forgot that this is painful. I should have remembered, but also it was so long ago. So it hurt.
I remember throughout like a lot of the 2.9 production, there were like, as things were starting to come together, like it started hitting you more and more, Jared, of like, what have we done?
Just kind of. This is an unholy pact between me and James. We had a covenant with some devil in the rafters, and it went way too well, and I think we're gonna pay for it.
It's a really cursed scene.
Yeah, it's cursed. I think James and I were DMing each other right as like people were starting to actually watch 2-9 on the team. We were just like, oh shit, what have we done? Skull emojis, the sweat emojis, just oh god, they learned.
It was so bad.
It's so over.
So over.
But yeah. Scene 7, this part. That is what I wanted to say about it. It's my favorite scene in 2-9. Anything else you wanted to add, James, to that?
It's really works well, and it's really emotional, and it's a good farewell for these characters, I think.
Yeah.
And hey, it's fine. We voice actors, artists, etc. got revenge in our own way.
Yeah.
We all got revenge, yes.
Wow.
Ow.
Yeah?
We deserve... No, I said ow. I'm in pain.
Oh.
Owie. Like, ouch.
Oh, hello. $5 from placeholder, thank you. As someone whose son lost his father almost exactly a year ago, this case really touches my heart now. Awesome job, guys. Onward to case 3. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. But like, I'm glad that this case has made an emotional impact on you. So, yeah, this case hurts. So
let's go then.
Let's keep getting hurt.
Onward to the
because it doesn't stop here.
Onward.
All right, yeah. Let's
on that
go.
extremely
on that cheery note.
Let's go.
The
before we
music
get hurt
stopped
even more.
right as we stopped talking as well as.
Yep.
How about this, Turning? While I'm away,
And yeah, sorry for your loss, bro.
assignment for you, a royal guard in training.
What is it?
Yeah, I don't know if you can really hear it over the audio, like the talking. But that bass guitar, that's Turning's theme.
Maybe it's time to show her.
Very subtle, but that is Turning. See, even early on in my musician career, I was trying to think about how can I create a through line with this family, even if I didn't really understand, these formal concepts, like motifs, that kind of stuff. I knew instinctively that this piece has to tie some aspect of the narrative together. And it made sense to put Turning at the center of it.
I know he'd say the same. That he is proud of you.
Musical through lines go to Ooga Booga.
So proud. I love you, sweetheart. Please, whatever happens next, never forget that.
Tear finally comes out.
I won't. I promise.
That's one post I want explicitly told other members of the editing team to not use. That had to be saved for this one moment.
Yeah.
I know. Goodbye, Mom.
Oh, it's the here it comes.
Oh, good.
When I heard the
Fun
goodbye,
fact!
yeah,
Fun fact: that was a fan piece that Corey #2 made.
it's true.
Yeah, that was Corey number 2.
This was never originally a still. This was something made after 2-9 script was released, I'm pretty sure. And
Yeah,
we were like,
it was made on
"It's
it made as fan art, but then like we decided to use it.
Yeah, the writer basically had a heart attack.
Yeah, I requested Corey number 2 to make a version with just Royal Order solo and with just Turning and Fair Devotion, so I could do this effect of Royal fading in after seeing both Turning and Fair crying together.
Yeah. Also, what fucking timing for this song?
Oh my god.
Ace Attorney, why?
But yeah, the reason why I paused here is because I wanted to give words from Serenity that he sent me over here. Alright, so here is what he has to say with this entire case. Do we attempt to maintain harmony, or do we pursue justice and the truth? One of the central questions left for the audience to ponder at the end. It's a theme I really wanted to see implemented. One I hope continues throughout the series. A clash between the themes of My Little Pony and Ace Attorney. This case, in many ways, is a subversion of classic AA tropes and MLP tropes without sacrificing their integrity. Fair Devotion, by all accounts, the primary antagonist for this case. However, she's not the murderer. The reason Turning is the killer is to create a different kind of dilemma for the characters in the case. It's not a matter of uncovering the truth because the killer wants to get away with it. It's a matter of uncovering the truth because people want to protect the killer. And not by any matter of force. Fair doesn't blackmail or demand anyone to obey her through threats. She appeals to their hearts, much like Athena does in court. If Fair was simply the killer, the nuance would be lost. Fair could have still tried to protect herself for Turning's sake. But I think it's more powerful for her actions to be motivated by her desire to protect Turning Page by sacrificing herself. In order to get around Turning being sentenced by Royal's death, though, we really needed to use double jeopardy. Otherwise, the case would end too tragically. We knew it would end sadly, but there needs to be a light at the end of the tunnel. That's why we made him the defendant in day 1, and had him acquitted in one trial day. It's not the first time a guilty party was the defendant, but I think we did it differently enough that it's not just seen as a copy-paste of Feral or Runaway Room. That's what I wanted most for this series. Innovation. Take risks. Don't just follow the status quo of Ace Attorney. Be willing to take the audience mad or be willing to make the audience mad or upset. It's how you discover if something works or not. If you don't do that, then the story will become another case amongst similar cases. Don't go so far as to destroy your or the story's integrity, of course, but do take risks. I hope I did my part to deliver, and that this precedent is exactly what people can expect from this series going forward. I hope I delivered in that regard. I know I left a lot of ideas behind to use in cases 3, 4, and 5 that follows the same mindset. Can't wait to see how they're used and how the audience will react to them. Prepare yourselves. From Serenity. So yeah, I would say Serenity, I would say you definitely left behind a legacy, and much like Royal Order, like just like being ended like that, like I think his death like kind of marks a legacy of his own, like all this emotional like all this emotional like trauma that this that's left behind with this family, like that brought together this wonderful case. Like this case is unlike any other Ace Attorney story ever, as far as I know. It's unlike any other MLP story ever. And I think what you did was the best of both worlds. So I would say Serenity Case 2 is your legacy, and you should be proud of that. Yeah. That's all I gotta say.
I think well spoken.
Oh,
very well spoken.
I think what I love about it, Case 2, is that, and this is to Serenity, is that it uses a lot of familiar ideas, but makes enough changes to them that not only does it come out really unique, it comes out as something probably people will remember for a long time, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Man, this steel.
Yeah. Seema's great. But yeah, that's all I gotta say. And that's enough of watching or looking at this still of pain for long enough. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here right now before we cry even
Time
more.
for a different kind of emotional pain.
Yep. But then again, like, more pain is still coming. We're not at the end yet.
Court is now adjourned.
Oh god.
There actually was an alternate take for the judge where he was sniffling, where he was almost crying, but I decided against using that one since I felt it was more poignant for the judge to be professional in the face of such tragedy.
That's his job as the judge.
So what you're saying is, after the court was adjourned, he went to his chambers and immediately broke down.
You know what?
I
I can see that, actually.
Everything's
He's
maybe
a pretty
not
sensitive
bawling.
guy.
Yeah, maybe not bawling, but he definitely cry.
Yeah. Much like with there being no critic either.
This victory just feels so...
A silent victory.
Well then, I suppose congratulations are in order. Great job, Athena. You managed to save Sweetie Belle. I knew you had it in you.
Yeah, Thanks, Twilight. I should feel happy. I mean, I did it. I saved Sweetie Belle like I said I would, but I can't feel happy. Not with how everything turned out. What Fair Devotion said at the end, about this being worth the cost, I wish I had a better answer to give. Or any answer, really.
So, what are you going to do now?
Huh?
Oh,
What do you
Apollo.
mean, Apollo?
Athena, you're not going to leave things like this, are you? I mean, a lot of people were hurt by this. Are still hurting.
Apollo, it's true that Athena did unearth a lot of pain throughout this case. But she did her job to the best of her abilities. More than that, she found the truth. That's all a lawyer can really hope for.
But the fallout, the collateral damage.
There's always fallout to finding the truth. It's not comforting.
I love this moment. Like, it's so tense. Good job on, like, everyone voice acting this part.
To saving it.
Julius and Webb did a really good job.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
However, it would be
I love Julius when he voices Sirius Phoenix.
I love him when he voices Sirius Phoenix.
Love how it's not
Yeah.
like a loud moment. They do a good job of still having the
You don't think
tension.
Athena should have accepted Turning's confession during the first trial, do you?
Apollo?
Look, it's just... I can't help but wonder how things would have turned out if...
Looking at this again, it does give the feeling that Apollo is also very conflicted about what he's thinking.
Yeah.
Lawyers aren't...
It doesn't feel like he's completely sold on this, what he's saying, but this all comes as a matter of, would I have done this? Was this the right thing?
Yeah.
I think one thing to note is that Apollo's perspective really is defined by his really unique journey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no one else that has had a journey as turbulent as his. Because in the first game, in his debut game, all of his defendants were guilty of something, but he still defended them. He never once threatened to resign like Athena did. Very strongly about defending people regardless of what they've done.
Yeah, and Apollo very much like he's very much more for, you know, defending your client above, you know, finding the truth. Like, yeah, he definitely thinks that finding the truth is a good thing, and there was that whole, you know, in Dual Destinies, you know, that whole plot point. But I definitely think Apollo is very much more a... It's weird to say he's more of a people person than Athena, because, you know, Athena's whole thing is people. But while Athena more focuses on letting the truth come out to, you know, set people free, and Phoenix is more of a... He's more of, well, you know, no matter, like, if I believe my client is innocent, then the truth, you know, no matter how bad the truth looks, you know, it will turn out okay, sort of thing. Well, Apollo's more, my job is to defend my client. You know, I believe that they didn't do the crime that they're being accused of. You know, or maybe they did. So like in a situation like this, it's more like if my client wanted to confess, then I should have let them confess.
What's interesting is that with Apollo, of all the it's never been his clients. It's always been, his mentor, his former mentor, like in Dual Destinies with Athena, and like the duty of a defense attorney.
That bond. That's what he's like most like. That's what he values the most.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else you want to say about Apollo?
No, I think that's about it.
But yeah. I remember like some people in the premiere chat were like a little upset with what he had to say. But if you understood his story, you would get it.
Well, it's understandable why you would.
Yeah, no, and I like how he's... I don't know if he's completely wrong.
Yeah, I probably would have admitted.
I also feel that
But even so,
with
now I've
Apollo's
seen the
upbringing in the games, with
the families he
both
cares
his
about,
past
the
and
lives he can ruin.
all of the different
Our
clients he's
actions,
defended,
the
it
best
also
intended ones, have consequences.
it also helped him become a bit more cynical of the three right anything agency lawyers.
Yeah, he's always been the most cynical of the three.
Always trumps loyalty. But we have a duty to our
I feel like there's a place for that, though.
Yeah, but to be fair, after learning that your mentor was a crooked lawyer, your initial mentor, that is, it's kind of hard to not be skeptical after this.
Yeah.
But it even goes back to things that only he knows at this point, like with his past in Kurain, where his foster father pretty much abandoned him.
Oh boy. Okay. Pause right here. Pause.
Alright, pausing. Oh god.
Okay, now it's time for my journey into emotional pain for this episode. Woo! Okay, so when I was given fitting music, by the way. So when I got to this point in the script, I was like, oh, okay, so here's my lights. And so I'm reading through just to get an idea of the tone. And then I come to the final line. And the voice direction for this is, and I quote, furious, almost crying. Those three words informed my entire performance.
Oh.
Yeah. So everything you hear in this scene is because of those three words. And for this, I actually had to adjust my setup. I stood a bit further back from the mic. I lowered my gain so I could actually scream. And I just have at it. And my thought process for this scene is using a technique that's often used in acting, where you take the emotions you have from one of your life experiences and then apply it to your performance. And I will admit, I've had an instance in the past where I was deeply hurt by someone. So I just channeled that into my performance as Scootaloo.
Oh,
that's why when I knew what that emotional like thing was, I immediately was like, are you okay? Like, I legit hear you like I was legit like concerned, like because like that was not at that point, that was not even Scootaloo screaming, that was Shannon screaming. And I was like, I was super concerned.
Yeah, and even one of my parents came over. It was just like, hey, just be sure to look after your voice because you're screaming. You're like, yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, but everyone who heard the recording was just like, "Oh my gosh, who hurt you?" Yeah.
There was a lot of concern after that was first heard.
Yeah, but I didn't cry. Rest assured, I didn't cry. But that was a very emotional performance. Also, that little animation that Scootaloo does when she says, "You know exactly why." I'm sorry, I did it. I did the animation.
Of course you did. That's the final touch.
I guess we have many things to say about that when we get there.
Oh yes. Do you want to go into it, Jared?
I want us to get to that line.
All right. Let's get to that line really quick then.
Yeah. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that whole thing.
Oh, so painful.
Oh yeah, thanks for that. It's not like that tip didn't even help me in the slightest.
The music. Yeah, I remember going a bit overboard with the sound effects in this scene, admittedly, but I felt amplified sound effects were justified with the amount of yelling going on.
Yeah.
Everyone is just so angry.
Shout out to MuseScript, by the way, our new voice for Rainbow
Our
Dash.
new Rainbow Dash, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cops what she did and what she heard before Scootaloo was put on trial.
Surely you have not missed the fact that had she done that, she would have been arrested with both Scootaloo and Turning.
What difference does that make? She got arrested anyway.
This is all your fault, Sweetie Belle. If you hadn't started
Yep, here it comes.
my fault. If any pony's to blame for this, it's you and your cult friend for listening to the blackmail letter.
Ouch.
Why were that scooter and wagon so important to you? You know exactly why.
Pause out.
Yep. That's a pain face right there.
So we will enjoy this wonderful face while I talk about this line and why it has a significance to me. So there's this author, Bruno knows this author, named Gabriel Garcia Marquez, who, according to literary legend, was one day driving his family to their vacation house one summer when all of a sudden one sentence came to him that would become the sentence that opens up his landmark breakthrough novel, 100 Years of Solitude. And that sentence, if I remember correctly, it was... I'm totally misremembering it. I feel bad that I am. It was like... Oof. Yeah, that's right, yeah. The sentence, the way the novel opens up, is... Many years later, as he faced the firing squad, Colonel Aureliano Buendia was to remember that distant afternoon when his father took him to discover ice. Now, I bring up this particular literary anecdote because Marquez would later say in interviews, once that line came to him, he knew everything about what would become this novel, 100 Years of Solitude. So, in the world of writing, and this is kind of like the pseudo part of it, where we start stepping into romanticism and mysticism of the craft, no longer treating it as a science so much as an extended feeling. A common occurrence is some writers will say a sentence, a line, or a description will just suddenly come into your head, and you will know how this story is supposed to go. This line is like that for me. Because this line, in this way, from this character, came to me back at 1-3. Because I was already aware of what Case 2 was going to be about by then. And while we had not fleshed it out, I knew, the core principles, the core, plot developments, and I knew the core characters. I knew that Scootaloo was involved, and I knew that she'd be going through some deeply emotional, troubling things. when I was confronted with that, basic premise, it suddenly came to me that this is a line that Scootaloo would say at the end. I wasn't sure exactly why. I wasn't exactly sure what the context would be. But I knew, as much as I know my own name, that this line will make its way into the script because it is the line that needs to be said at the end. So it's one of those things I just always knew would be included. I would have had to fight for it if I had to. Although evidently, as you can see, I never really had to fight for it because it just works. So this is a weird case where I just knew when it came to, this particular characterization of Scootaloo that this is what I want to do with her. Now, while sometimes writers just know a killer line when they hear it or when they say it or when they know it, we don't always know, again, why this one line comes to us in this particular way. It's almost like a vision of the story itself. So with this one, it was very difficult because when we got to finally writing 2.9, we got to this particular scene, and I knew where I wanted this line to appear because it was always in the back of my head. I had to go through so many just individual drafts on my end to build up to this one line because I needed to somehow get all of that energy, all of that anger, all of that tension, that bitterness. I had to somehow build up to it in just the right way to convey to the audience and to the voice actors and to the editors, to everyone, the extent of Scootaloo's trauma, the extent of her, that, emotional, gut-wrenching fuck-up that she just went through. And I'm glad Jen brought up that she was drawing from her own personal experience, because I was also drawing from my own personal experience, things that I wish I had said, things that I wish I had done, things that I wish I had told someone, exactly why this is upsetting. And it's interesting that we kind of had that sort of connection there, Shannon. I mean, I never said any of this to anybody in the entire writing process or, post 2.9, but to get this right, I had to draw upon the personal. And it seems like that is the way that this line was delivered. This is the only way that could be delivered. It had to be drawn out of some depth, some point of emotional poignancy, just to justify itself. And I think we managed to do that. I think, with the way that it was built up to this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 syllables, 4-word sentence, this is the definitive Case 2 line for me. This is the one that's always going to stick with me. It's not even just because of the memes and the fact that when you showed me your take on it, I immediately went, fuck, I feel awful.
Mission accomplished!
It's because this is my legacy line. This is the one that I will always think back on, because even though it's so simple, it has that value, that
There's
weight.
so much weight in that line.
It is a line that approaches eternity for me. To wax poetic for a bit, apologies to everyone in the call. I know you love it when I wax poetic, but it is a line approaching the eternal. It is achieving its own kind of immortality. It is consecrated and crystallized in something real and something more true than words can ever convey. Because it comes from something that is meant to touch a person's heart and show them the fragments of sadness and happiness and bitterness and all these colors and shades of life and emotion everlasting in order to convey the whole weight of this pain.
Yeah.
You know exactly why.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh god! Wow, that gives this whole moment even more gut of a gut punch.
Yeah, and to add a little onto that, that's why I used a sound effect that was never used at all in the series until now, because I knew, like, I had a very good idea that this moment would be extremely gut punching for multiple reasons. So to try to make it stand out on its own. But also, speaking about the animation that Shannon did, like talking a bit more about the emotional damage, I thought I would be prepared for it. I was not.
No one was. No one was.
We weren't.
I
wasn't.
I knew about this animation beforehand, like months in advance, because Shannon shared it with me. I think was it like September or October of last year?
Yeah. MV asked me to make it.
Of course he did.
Yeah. And I remember seeing it. I remember breaking from it, and I thought, like, months later when I realized, oh, I'm editing the scene with it in it, I was like, I think I'll be fine, because, you know, I know what's coming. Even...
And then he wasn't fine.
I wasn't fine. Even with knowing what was coming, just hearing it all together and, like, playing it back. Oh, my heart sunk.
And you know exactly why.
I knew exactly why.
So, is that all we're gonna say about this?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot to unearth.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The animation.
That's why
was
this line means so much to
beautiful.
me, because even though it's so simple, it there's a history.
Mhm. The animation's impactful and everything about it is fantastic.
Yeah.
It speaks to something larger than just what's happening in the scene.
Oh yeah.
Poor choice of words from Rarity, by the way.
Yeah.
He's angry. You know.
A Stelliad has just died, Rarity.
Oh, Arts like said something about this before. Well,
about Apple Bloom, right?
About Apple Bloom. Get this, guys. Everyone in the chat.
This is what I mean, Athena.
We almost got Michelle Creeper to voice Apple Bloom in this episode.
Without taking into account how
Almost.
you present it,
Almost.
Almost.
how it might hurt those around you.
Thank you, Apollo, by the way.
Yeah. Also, a quick note about that arguing. It was all improv from all the voice actresses, and one of my takes
Right.
had me dropping the "no one wants to be friends with the blackmailer" line.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yep. I heard that one.
It's hurting me, yeah, you're just hurting me.
Wait a second. Where is Fluttershy?
Oh, and to go back on the Michelle Creeper thing, like, cause Arts got Michelle Creeper and Minnie Creeper, like, cause she does like
But now she's gone?
like kind of like classes or training with them, and she even got her to teach like many of the other voice actors or all the voice actors in the team. And it's kind of why you see like an up in quality with all the voice acting in this case.
Where have you two been, by the way? You disappeared right after
And
the trial, Fluttershy. And
when
Pinky,
Arts tried to like
yesterday.
get Michelle to like voice Apple Bloom for a lot for this part, what held her back was at first was the fact that like murder is involved. So like, you know, you can't
That doesn't answer my
you
question,
can't like
though.
voice a character that you officially voice into a fan series that involves murder, because that's
everything all right?
kind of not what MLP is all about.
No.
And it's basically legal stuff, yeah.
Your friends
Bunch of
sit
legal
atop
things.
quite the trove of
Yeah.
it would seem,
Oh, hi.
Princess Twilight.
It's the mayor of the hour.
Yes.
But the fact that yeah, there she is.
It's her.
What are you doing here?
It's her, my
I
child.
thought I might find the winning lawyer in this lobby. It appears I was right.
You'll understand one day. Don't worry, chat.
You have my congratulations for such a hard-fought victory.
Thank you, Lucky Brooklyn.
I like how this moment, even though she's coming off so like a jerk to the audience,
Was the result?
she's being completely sincere in everything she's saying.
She believes it.
Yeah.
Not
That
bullshitting
line-
anybody. That's her whole
That
thing.
line about victory is also exactly what Twilight said after
Yeah.
the previous
We do a lot of framing in 2.9.
Yes.
A lot of parallelization.
We love our parallels.
Oh boy. Hey Jared, Serenity's. Serenity says that Equity is his child too.
Everyone's child.
Got a co-parent.
She has multiple daddies.
Oh my god, AlJavis!
You really had to go and make it weird.
By the way,
Ow.
I think Julius would like to get a hand in this argument.
by the way, this line is it's taken from John Steinbeck's novel East of Eden, which is about truth and justice. This is my child because I get to, wax poetic and also throw in array references. So it's pretty cool.
We need to keep Jarvy on a leash, otherwise everything becomes a book reference.
I know, it's such a good line.
He's a writer.
Though it was painful,
I cannot convey why the poetry of the line is so nice, but it is very nice. There's a very poetic sense to it. Which is interesting because, if Equity really is supposed to be this, hard-ass, mean pony, why is she so articulate? There's an intelligence behind her. She's not just convinced because of her beliefs and not so radicalized as to be, that. There is an intelligence to it. There is a sense of, she knows what she's talking about. She's seen what she's seen. She knows what it means to wait for an inopportune time. To let it bask in that. To know that that's just not worth it. So yeah, I like Equity. And I'm excited to do more with her.
Yeah, I think the fans have kind of gotten the impression that there is more to her than meets the eye.
Indeed.
I admit that it's a little weird.
She is a very interesting character.
Equity more than meets the eye.
And I know they must have a good reason for what they're doing.
There you are again with your blind.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Trust to the test, shall we?
What?
I remember the chat going crazy, going like, "I knew it! I knew there had to be more."
It concerns the matter of
I mean, even the end of Case 1 made it clear that,
it was not over.
Himself.
Yeah, it made it clear that it was not over.
There was definitely more going on.
has determined a new
I don't think
suspect
anyone
involved in
expected,
his
though,
murder.
for it to circle back to this so soon, though.
Oh yeah, it did. It's not so much a surprise that over concept it was actually murdered, but the surprise that it's being brought up again so soon.
And to the extent that it is being brought up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Speaking of naivete, do you believe your father to be infallible, miss?
It's not like that.
I guess just being brought up at all this soon.
Believe me when I say there
As
has
some,
been no
there are
mistake.
some games
Our
where
detective is quite the thorough fellow.
there's like a hint of more going on, but it's like until like Endgame where it gets like more thoroughly
unearthed new evidence, revealing
explored.
a new primary suspect.
Who? Was it Coco?
Yeah. Especially in the main games where it's usually like final case only kind of thing.
Yeah.
Guard.
Here we're just going, oh, by the way.
Hello.
You have new orders. Carry
Oh,
them
hi,
out
Guard
to
2.
the letter. Do not delay.
Yes.
Oh, hello, villain of the series.
What are your orders?
Everyone's favorite character.
You are to arrest the pony suspected of conspiring to murder overall concept. Miss Rarity.
Oh yeah.
What?
Nani?
Rarity, how could you?
Righty, why are you like this?
Yeah, first it was her sister, now it's Rarity. Just let's
Man.
run the family.
Rarity's
So-
god awful week.
Yeah, I was about to go like, this is Rarity's worst week ever.
Literally had Coco get accused, and then had her sister get accused, and then her friendships fall apart, and now she's been arrested for conspiring to commit murder. Conspiring to commit murder, to murder overall.
And not just anyone. It's the
Change the world, my final message.
it
Goodbye.
was the fiance of her her good friends, and it's just like
Goodness me, Mrs. Twilight. Allocating the charge of your friend and her
all
fate
just
to a
started
bunch of
by
otherworldly
being pick out a ring,
when you
and now
yourself
look.
are quite capable.
I trust them.
And then he makes a change from just having a cameo in Turnabout Storm. Now she's
Oh,
Having a trauma conga line.
I love the use. I love the use of Ace Attorney music here.
Yeah.
No.
Investigation core is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
Oh, yeah.
Serenity pointed out, by the way, that like he felt that he thinks it's important to reveal some plot elements that were kind of like left behind like pretty soon. Like you said, don't wait until the end. It's basically to say that that we remember our own plot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think this was a good call.
Am I correct?
Because I know because for a good while people were saying like, what the fuck happened in case 1? Where is it? People have been saying that for a while since case 2 happened. And now they got their answer, and now they got even more questions.
Remember when we started with a murder in the theater?
Oh my god, I haven't heard that in a long time.
Goodbye, Equity. It was nice knowing you.
This
See you
case
later.
had pushed me to my absolute limit. It tested my beliefs and my resolve.
One more pause coming up.
Fully confident
Oh my god.
The final pause.
The final pause.
The final part.
Katie, I'm gonna kill you.
So there we were. Rarity taken away, and all of us.
All right, last pause.
The final
I will
pause.
be spending as very little time as I can on this, but there is some interesting points that I feel I am compelled to make for this particular part. This is called, this song that plays here is called Beyond the Crusade. This is my first foray into what is essentially pseudo-scoring. Not quite scoring, like in a film sense, but it's also not quite track composing. With a lot of the music that I made for Case 2, it was for, a character. It was very video gamey. It was supposed to have this sort of loop, that sense of, you could play this, you could repeat this, on end. This wasn't that. This is a pseudo score where like you score with the scene on screen rather than the scene being separate from the process, which is a lot how traditional scoring is done in cinematic productions. Cutscenes, animations, big budget movie studios. So while the song was definitely created before video editors actually began editing, the lines were written and revised with the idea of the song being used, which is why I call it pseudo scoring, because it's not like I was composing while watching the actual scene being edited. But I was tasked as we were going through the process of editing and all that stuff to compose this piece to play here. To start at a certain point, have it play through certain points, and we have the rest that plays at the end of the song occur just after, well, you're going to see it eventually when we get there into this particular piece. There are some interesting things I want to do with it. It was my basically swan song for Athena's motif. It's a mellower, slower version of, Courtroom Revolutionaire. Pulling in a lot of woodwinds and just, mellower sort of sounding instruments in order to convey this sense of finale. Interesting thing though, I also decided that, what? Let's throw in a musical through line. There's some brass at the end of the song, some trombones and some French horns that are actually Apollo's theme. And this was me, musically declaring that the next case is gonna have Apollo. Little small Easter egg here and there.
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting piece for me because, again, it's my first attempt at doing scoring, and it's something that I think I want to do for Case 3 with the musicians. We have a lot of custom music coming up, but why don't we start experimenting with how it's done in the actual industry? Instead of just having character themes and event themes, but we had evolving scoring compositions. That, I think, would give us an interesting edge. It would give certainly a cinematic quality to what is already a pseudo-cinematic series. But yeah, that's everything I really wanted to say about it. I believe that the piece speaks best for itself if you let it play. I've been told that people really love this theme, which is really interesting, because I composed this in a very short time. But I guess that speaks to just how much I've grown as a musician, that I can compose that and have it ready, and it works. And I don't have to do too much, finagling, because I just knew what I wanted to do, and it fits this particular moment really nicely. So yeah, you can keep playing. That's what
we love everything you do, Jarvy.
Thank you.
All hail Jared. All hail Jared.
All hail Jared.
I don't
Stop trying to make that a thing.
Unsure of what to do next. We each went our separate ways. But unlike last time, it felt like
I
something.
also think like this song was inspired by something from the Ace Attorney anime. I don't know the track name though.
Was it because
That's something that makes.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also know.
You were inspired by that one track that we used at the end of 1-3 during Phoenix's monologue.
Yeah, I think it's called like something. I can't remember what it's called, but it's something in relation to Mia.
It's Mia's voice.
And what we could have done.
Well, that's the translation for it anyway.
My
Got it.
actions, my decisions were my own. I couldn't go back on them, no matter how much I
Right
wished I
here,
could.
the brass is starting off very, innocuous, but then right after this verse,
With another pony being
it becomes the
ponied
Apollo
around.
theme.
I could look back at this last one, at those who
Ba ba ba.
Sweet
Da,
Belle,
da, da.
turning page, and see what I could do to help them going forward.
So you get that extended elongated note, and then that rest. It's so good. It's just the silence is beautiful, and then the final verse right there.
Yeah.
Rest,
It's
and then
That's the final art made by Cadet. So all those thumbnails that you're seeing throughout the entire case 2, that was from that.
Yep.
And we actually had to request a small edit of that artwork.
Oh yeah.
In order to make it 16 by 9.
Make it fit to screen, because otherwise it would have either been cut off or
because Pat for some reason doesn't like black bars.
Ours are bad.
I mean, they're pretty bad.
Yeah, black bars aren't fun.
It makes you go like, there's something missing. It needs to be filled in.
It is extremely OCD triggering. Yes.
Oh, and hey, Courageous, we don't need to mute.
No, because it's not message.
Thank God.
We don't have to mute this time. It's not message this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, this time it's the end credits from both versions. Actually, I managed
much music.
I managed.
There is a lot of music.
There's too much.
Managed to. Yeah, I managed to splice both versions of. It's called Interminable Dilemma, which basically means never-ending. So we go from one tragedy right into the next one with rarity.
Most cases end on a triumphant note. This one just ends on a shit. What did I really do? What did I really win? So the music reflects that. You actually begin in, I think the first credit song message, the first version of it, that was in major key. Then we shifted down to minor, and now we have a song that's just this.
Yep.
Yeah.
And all the stills.
Having all the stills show up in full color, it's a great touch.
Yep.
It really gives some finality to.
I found it interesting how with the stills throughout the case, we alternated between grayscale and color.
It depends on what is required for that still.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For instance, the flashback of the confession and the discussion between Fair and Royal, that was in color since that was not a scene we ever saw before. That was brand new.
Yeah. Man, I think we've made it though.
We made it, guys.
Hold on. Wait.
Is it finally over?
Almost there. Just need one more thing.
There it is.
Now we're done.
Hey, there it is.
All right, so in case 3, everybody. Let me break it down. Let me break down what we got in store. Listen, there's a lot.
No.
So the story is really for
Gag
audition.
him.
Gag him.
I want to see my family again.
Oh,
what family?
Oh. Wait, you mean our
we were
family?
your family, Katie?
Family were sitting in the room like.
I guess it's just chopped liver.
Dad, it's been so long since I've seen you. You've been upstairs.
Thought he was in the basement.
Do you want some fun facts about where we live? We can't have a basement here. Ground is clay. That's actually why there's no basements where I live. It's because the ground is freaking clay.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, let's talk about houses for a little bit. No, I'm kidding.
All right, everybody, survived the DC. Now let's talk about housing.
No.
No.
Don't make me start.
No.
Don't make me start.
Yeah.
What's housing?
Something that only those who know. But yeah, that's 2-9, and that's the end of case 2.
Well,
asterisk,
hard asterisk.
Hard asterisk, but we'll get to that in the future. But
Get cut for 210.
But yeah, what a roller coaster case 2 was. Like, I rewatched like clips of like 2-1 and 2-2, and I'm like, wow, it was right in front of us. But yeah, also I want to give a big shout out to G for taking over as director like after 2-8. Like, he's done so much to like improve on, literally improving the team in every aspect. So even though he was not able to make it in this director's commentary, he's the director now. Why you're not here? But like, but yeah, it's I'm grateful that I was able to like get a director that have the same passion or even more passion than I do for EOJ. Yeah. Oh, by the way, one thing I forgot to say in the beginning of this live stream. Shut up, Mango.
No! Why would you say that?
Why would you do that?
I don't.
Hey, Chad, just appreciation for Mango by posting Mango.
Not to Mango. That was just bad timing. Anyways,
Spam.
Anyways,
mangoes, please.
Wow.
Mangoes in the chat.
Wow.
Caught in 4K ray trace. I can't talk.
Anyways, I want to shut up. Wait. I want to thank our front gallery members, Casriel, Sean Taggart, Night Rainbow, Poor K42, Hoodie Angel, Maria Moonlight, Eleutheria, and Tasma88, Sexy Demon Horse, Tiamat Dragon 55, Yellow Bacon, Whitefire 06, Shusatsu Mikotoba, Dalian 2, Ethan H, Shadowgun 453, Richard Eldridge, and Mioleta Brothers. Thanks so much for being front members. We appreciate you guys. Forgot to say it in the beginning, but now I'm saying it now. Anyways, do you guys have any closing thoughts about case 2?
It's messy.
That wasn't already
It
said.
is at times convoluted. It has been questionable at times, but it has heart. And I think one thing we can all agree on, regardless of when we joined and how long we've been here, we've all grown. I mean, definitely speaking personally, I went from just a copy editor to writer, PR, musician. I have had to juggle so many hats. I've had to grow as a person and as a leader and as an artist. Even if I have my gripes with case 2, and I do have some of them, it is the price we pay for being cognizant of our competencies and our mistakes. What I am grateful for the most is that Case 2 gave me the opportunity to grow. And I'm glad to have taken that opportunity.
Well,
very well said.
I'm really glad I got to become part of this team. Literally, I joined the test without any previous experience setting. Just decided to, hey, I want to try and make this series the best thing it can be. And not only I made it in, but 1 month in, I was told, hey, you'll be the team leader of the editors. It's been quite a trip, but it's been for me it's been a very positive experience. I swear, being part of this team was a great part in me finding a way to turn around some dark moments in my life. For real.
Hugs.
Hugs.
And I guess speaking as the previous team leader for video editors, now just a normal video editor. Case 2 definitely, while it definitely helped me grow as an editor, it also helped me see that maybe that there are some things that I'm not quite ready for yet, which one of them may be leading a team. And
that's okay.
Yeah.
That is okay.
And also learning that it's okay to realize that you're not ready for something and to step back and to continue doing what you can do for this project. Because while I may have been taking less on, I'm still doing my part to try to make sure that all of us here can work together and make this series the best it can be, because that's what we're all here to do.
It's all about knowing your limits.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard to believe how much changed in one case over the course of, 2 years?
2 years.
2 years.
Yeah, May 1st was our second year anniversary.
I just bounced around between departments until eventually I got sat on the HR pillow. And it's been a crazy ride. And one that I can definitely look back on and be proud of, not just for myself, but for everybody who really gave their all. And I know legacy was brought up a couple times, and I feel like in some way, everyone who contributed has something to have a legacy about. If this was to be the penultimate end, I feel like everyone has some kind of legacy just from this case alone. And this is just the beginning, I feel.
Yeah, I definitely... A lot of Case 2 for me was, like I said earlier, kind of learning, taking skills I had learned in other things and applying them. I definitely am not as involved as a lot of you guys. I definitely only really done voice acting and otherwise kind of stepped back for my own sanity. I tried going to the animate basement once and then I left.
Valid.
That's valid.
That's valid. That is a smart choice.
It is a very smart choice.
Definitely this project holds a very, special place in my heart. And Case 2 especially with, Sugar Stamp and especially Fair Devotion being central to it. And like you said about a legacy, there's something to leave behind there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I have to mention, though, this is because I went to college to be an animator, and this is pretty much the first time I ever really got to do anything for some kind of project and see it put out there. And that was, when I first saw it with Zecora, the greatest feeling in the world. And I'll always be thankful for that.
Just the fact I could learn to make music. Of all things, something that I never thought I would ever do. I mean, I know I'm a writer at heart, and that's always going to be my first love. But to be given that chance to just learn a new art form and go with it and actually have people like what you do, even when you feel, inadequate or amateurish. It's been, only 2 years for me doing this kind of stuff. But it's humbling. It's humbling to have that sort of love of the amateur again. An amateur comes from that word amor, amar, the love. Someone who does something for the love of it. I feel like I rediscovered that with musician stuff, with making music. And Case 2 gave me that opportunity, and it's been wonderful.
You've done some fantastic job, Jarvy.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I'll keep trying.
Yeah. Jeez. I mean, for me, my personal journey with Case 2, I just started as a voice actress, and now I'm a manager. What is this timeline?
You've done so much for us.
A lot of us. So.
Yeah, at least you got a few months before reaching that point. I became team leader in a month.
I came in to give tears, and I ended up being the one to soften the tears.
Oh, yeah,
What's that one line from Phoenix 2:4? We become who we need to become.
Yeah, but oh gosh, this project has been so life-changing. So many new experiences. And ultimately, I think the biggest takeaway isn't just the new skills or gaining new experience. It's getting the opportunity to meet people who have similar interests, similar passions, and just getting to know them and making something really special.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
but I am human. I am human.
I think it's amazing, Shannon.
Yes.
I'm also human, Shannon. People are still gonna hail you or me, apparently, or anyone else on this production.
Yeah.
Thanks for reminding me, by the way. All hail Shannon.
All hail Shannon.
Yeah, that's Shannon.
All right. Anyone else got anything to say?
To add on to what Shannon said, though, for sure, definitely one of the biggest highlights is just meeting all the incredible people here and
and friendship.
Yeah, because even though we were all brought on to help work together and make this project a reality, some of y'all have become some of the closest friends that I've had in a really long time, and I think Katie can agree as well. Like both of us coming in and making incredible things, incredible friends, and overall, I wouldn't trade it for the world.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Really, I don't say lightly that this has been the greatest project experience, whatever you want to call it, that I've ever had in my time voice acting and online, at least. And I definitely plan to take it farther. But I think even beyond this, I can't imagine it gets much better.
You've really created something truly special, Al.
Yeah. Thank you. I still can't believe I'm still so blessed to have this team. Like, I'm not director anymore, but me being the creator now, like the soul is still here. Like, I really like have created something special, and I'm so excited to show more of it. And I'm glad that I have all you to help me out as well, and also becoming some of my closest friends. It's like I said, it's a blessing. But before we end off, there's one more closing remark from Serenity. Here's what he has to say. It's honestly been a learning experience for me. It's the longest piece of writing I've ever set out to plan, and I had a lot of faults I didn't realize I had to overcome. Working on this one case through all the ups and downs has changed me as a person. I'm still trying to work on that change, but I'm satisfied with how this story turned out in the end. Would I go back and change some parts? Absolutely. But if we didn't make mistakes, I and several others would never learn to be better creators. And besides, the heart behind the story powers through the missteps, I feel. And that's the best any creator can hope for. Their accomplishments outweigh their faults. I may be setting off for new horizons, but I will never abandon the friendships I made while on this team. We'll stick together no matter what, I hope. And that's all he had to say. Like I said, Serenity left behind a legacy.
Yep.
Yeah. Love you, Serenity.
Serenity! Alright, now, I believe we can finally end it off here.
Really?
Meow. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, really.
Is it really over?
It's really over.
Director's commentary. Wow.
Oh, no, it's, yeah, it's over. But for this case...
It never ends.
This is the story that never ends.
What's that? How you want me to start talking about case 3? I mean, okay.
No. We gotta go now.
For money.
All right. Here we go.
I love all of you.
Yeah.
And Mango too.
We get more mangoes in the chat.
All the mangoes
You gotta
in the
end
chat.
off with some mangoes.
Gotta get some
Mangoes. All right. I guess it's time to go. We gotta end it off as always, but I doubt that the transition works right now, so...
Oh, no, it probably
Well, we shall see.
Oh, no,
we shall see.
Well,
Alright, you guys ready? You guys ready?
Yes,
Yeah!
Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Objection! Yep, this it didn't work. Yep.
Well,
Best DC.